Chapter 2267. Everyone saw the Crown Prince of Green Cloud taking the initiative to fight against Tyrant Wujiang. This was a battle of kings against kings. It was too dangerous. Once the Crown Prince was defeated, everyone would suffer a calamity. This wasn't an ending the spectators wanted to see. Hua Qingyan, don't go too far. Some powerhouses yelled and tried to stop him. However, Hua Qingyan was in a rage. The sword in his hand did not recognize anyone. As he swung it, powerful sword qi swept out in all directions like a sword dragon emerging from the sea. It was difficult to resist. The powerhouse knew that he was no match for Hua Qingyan. If he tried to stop him, he might die on the spot. It was not worth it. The powerhouses were very displeased with Hua Qingyan's actions. However, Yi Chen had no intention of stopping him. Instead, he closed his eyes and focused. No one knew what he was doing. War God Puppet looked at Yi Chen with a puzzled expression. However, he admired Yi Chen very much. At the same time, he believed that Yi Chen was not an ordinary person. Therefore, what he was doing was not ordinary. He also closed his eyes and focused, trying to understand Yi Chen's motives. At this moment, Yi Chen was sensing the mysteries of the chessboard beneath his feet. Ever since he had used his own identity to move around, he had sensed that his heavenly Tao cultivation base complemented this chessboard. The so-called commander's position was not the core of the chessboard's heavenly Tao. If Hua Qingyan failed, it might affect everyone else. But Yi Chen did not think that it was a sure-death situation. The 9 heavenly paths. Is this the true secret hidden in the battle? Yi Chen kept thinking. Through the ancient god space, he analyzed the chessboard image in his mind. In his mind, the 108 basic imprints kept flying, changing, and forging various heavenly Tao imprints. Using these imprints to compare and comprehend what he saw, Yi Chen wanted to find the true meaning of the 9 heavenly Tao. Kill! In the real battlefield, Hua Qingyan charged at Ba Wujiang. The battle was about to begin. Hua Qingyan, you want to kill me? What a joke! Ba Wujiang held his halberd like a river dragon. As he moved, wind and rain surged. His powerful aura swept the entire area. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The halberd gleam was like a dragon emerging from the sea, devouring madly. However, Hua Qingyan was not an ordinary person. The sword qi of the divine weapon in his hand surged. Ba Wujiang was not afraid at all. He flew forward with his halberd. Watching the battle between the 2 great generals, everyone stopped in their tracks and watched the battle of the century. Who do you guys think will win this battle? An expert asked. The other experts all sank into contemplation, and there were even some who laughed and discussed. At this time, no one from either camp took the initiative to attack. They were waiting for the outcome of the battle between Hegemon Unbounded and Hua Qingyan. Before the battle began, Tyrant Boundless had already given them enough confidence and told them to just wait for the results. However, Hua Qingyan didn't care about anything else and didn't put anyone else in his eyes at all. Therefore, the others weren't interested in caring about him. They just didn't want to be implicated by him. Tyrant Dragon opens the border. With a furious roar, Tyrant Unbounded Jiang brandished his halberd, stirring up the mountains and rivers. Strange signs appeared in heaven and earth as Xiantian energy poured into the halberd, summoning the god within it. With a single strike, it was like a gigantic mountain piercing into the heavens. Clang! Hua Qingyan's personality was too unyielding. Faced with such an opportunity for a head-on confrontation, how could he miss it? However, a sword against a halberd, wanting to rely on absolute power to win, was a fantasy in itself. Moreover, with Tyrant Unbounded Jiang's cultivation, even a heaven immortal would be destroyed with a single strike. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The divine weapons of both sides collided, constantly attacking each other, emitting countless starlight. These starlight vibrated in all directions, sweeping through the 9 heavens. Very soon, tens of thousands of stars flickered in the sky at the same time. It was precisely the power of the stars that kept pouring into the two's bodies. With such a number of stars, these two are worthy of being the strongest geniuses. That's right. If it was an ordinary heaven immortal, that strike just now would have killed him without a doubt. However, Hu Qingyan could actually use a divine sword to block the halberd head-on. With such cultivation, I'm afraid that even if I cultivated for thousands of years, I wouldn't be able to catch up. Yeah, these two are dragons and phoenixes among men. Let's just wait and see. Everyone revealed a look of envy. Tyrant, unbounded Jiang hid his strength well, and although Hu Qingyan was arrogant and despotic, his own strength was truly amazing. Such a confrontation. Other than surprise, what else could they do? Seeing the battle between both sides becoming more and more intense, everyone began to have small calculations in their hearts. They all wanted to comprehend the 9 heavenly Taos, but among them, some could not even comprehend the 8 heavenly Taos. Entering this place was also a coincidence, and they were the ones who were in the most danger. They were thinking, even if they saw the 9 heavenly Taos, could they really comprehend them? And what did the immovable Wisdom King mean when he said that only one person could comprehend the 9 heavenly Taos? Could it be that only one person could survive? Kill. Hu Qingyun's eyes were bloodshot, and his state of madness was insufferably arrogant. Boundless sword Qi rose, and the vast world was shocked. The Chu River Han boundary triggered a super-strong flood that rushed straight towards tyrant, unbounded Jiang. Insignificant skill. Facing such a grand divine ability, tyrant, unbounded Jiang sneered, and the halberd in his hand directly stabbed into the ground. Suddenly, a wave of super-strong Xian Qi was imbued into the earth's veins, and the entire earth's veins began to form a network. This was tyrant, unbounded Jiang's formation. This. Hu Qingyan immediately felt that his feet had fallen into a strong suction force. Now he was in a difficult situation, let alone chasing after the 8 generals. If that happened, his entire battle would fall into a tragedy, and he would never allow such a situation to happen. Emerald Cloud's sword unsheath. With a command, he pulled out his real divine weapon. It was the Emerald Cloud heavenly weapon, the most powerful divine sword. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Once the Emerald Cloud sword was out, boundless sword gleams stirred up the wind and clouds, and many of the formations created by the tyrant halberd shattered one after another. It could not affect Hu Qingyan at all. At this point in the battle, it was a battle of life and death, and no one dared to be careless. Naturally, everyone was watching with great interest. Most of their thoughts were very simple. Whether Hu Qingyan or tyrant, unbounded Jiangwan, it was a good thing for them. After all, their goal was to comprehend the 9 heavenly Tao and to ensure one's survival. Only Yi Chen was in a state of meditation. As the battle progressed, Yi Chen took longer to comprehend the 9 heavenly Tao. He could vaguely feel that the heavenly Tao and the human Tao were just a matter of a thought. Tyrant halberd conquers the frontiers. No mercy from heaven and earth. Seeing that Hu Qingyan had unleashed his ultimate divine ability, tyrant, unbounded Jiang's brows tightened. Flames surrounded the sky, and he waved the halberd in his hand several times, which contained 8 heavens and his own heavenly immortal law. Rumble! However, there was a shocking explosion. Hu Qingyan's sword Qi was broken by the halberd gleam, and it even broke through the sword net in an instant, heading straight for Hu Qingyan's throat. Chapter 2268. Ah! Looking at the halberd light flying towards him, Hu Qingyan fell into an extreme crisis. He had never felt such fear before, but at this moment it actually accurately rushed into the depths of his soul. Such a scene caused Hu Qingyan to instantly freeze. At this moment, Yi Chen suddenly opened his eyes and pointed his sword at the sky. At the same time, The identity chess piece under his feet emitted a murderous gleam. Together with Yi Chen's sword qi, he rushed into the battlefield. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword qi collided and sparks flew everywhere. Tyrant Wu Jiang's halberd gleam was broken by Yi Chen's sword qi. Everyone was shocked. Impossible. The powerhouses looked at Yi Chen in shock. He was still sitting on the chess piece, and his body gradually floated into the air. Breaking the halberd with one sword strike, such power shocked everyone. After all, he had just fought against Tyrant Wu Jiang, a general. How did he do it? Even Hu Qinyan couldn't resist the halberd gleam. How did Yi Chen break the sword qi? Such doubts were not only voiced by one person. All the powerhouses had the same question. Only Tyrant Wu Jiang revealed an amused smile. He had long seen that Yi Chen was not an ordinary person. He was far from these so-called geniuses before him. If he wanted to obtain the 9th level heavenly Tao, he had to defeat Yi Chen. Ha ha ha, Yi Chen, it seems that you've learned to integrate the identity chess piece's energy. Yi Chen was shocked when he heard that. It was obvious that the other party was telling him that the other party had figured that out a long time ago. If that was the case, Tyrant Wu Jiang's talent was far above the powerhouses. The scene of the two of them looking at each other appeared in Yi Chen's mind again. He was sure that this person would be his greatest opponent. Tyrant Wu Jiang, it seems that you've long understood the true meaning. You're full of confidence now. Yi Chen replied. I wouldn't dare. Yi Chen, as a mysterious immortal, you have the ability to kill a heavenly immortal. Your talent really shocks me. Ha! So humble but hypocritical. To be able to understand the magic of the chess piece before me, it seems that your cultivation base is also above everyone's imagination, right? The two of them looked at each other and revealed strange smiles, causing the surrounding experts to sink into great confusion. This was because they had no idea what the two of them were talking about. What was the profoundness of the identity chess piece? However, it was clear that the two of them had directly ignored the others. This attitude caused the experts to reveal looks of dissatisfaction. After all, those who could reach here were all outstanding geniuses of the various great cosmoses. They had their own dignity and bearing. They were definitely not people who could be ignored. This was especially so for Hu Qinyan. As the commander, he should have been the center of attention. Now that everyone was looking at Yi Chen and the boundless tyrant, he seemed to be dispensable. Such humiliation was much harder to swallow than being suppressed by the boundless tyrant on the battlefield. He suddenly turned around to look at Yi Chen and said angrily, Brat, who asked you to attack? I'm going to kill this person right away. Kill this person? Ha ha ha. Crown Prince Royal Azure, you're just trying to cover your ears. Are all of you idiots? Yi Chen looked at the crowd with a sneer. The other experts all revealed looks of disdain. They already had a problem with Hu Qinyan taking the initiative to challenge the boundless tyrant. Now that Hu Qinyan wanted to brag for the sake of his reputation. Such behavior naturally did not attract the attention of the others. Hu Qinyan, save it. If it weren't for you taking the initiative to attack and exposing the weakness of our formation, we might have won long ago. Yes, you took the initiative to attack the unfathomable, boundless tyrant. Look at you now. You were almost killed by him. If it weren't for Yi Chen, I'm afraid you would have been killed. Ha ha ha. As a dignified commander, you're so impulsive. You don't care about the safety of the people at all. What qualifications do you have to be the commander? You'd better leave. The experts expressed their dissatisfaction with Hu Qinyan one after another. They did not help him against Yi Chen. Hu Qinyan did not expect such a situation. It was obvious that he was suppressed during the battle with the boundless tyrant. Such a situation made everyone think that he was not a match for the boundless tyrant at all. You. Hu Qinyan revealed an angry expression, but no one cared. Yi Chen, what have you learned? Tell everyone now. This is my order. Suddenly, he changed the topic and pointed the spearhead at Yi Qin again. However, this time, changing the topic worked. After all, everyone wanted to know how Yi Qin fought against the boundless tyrant. Ha ha ha, order? Ridiculous. Yi Qin laughed out loud. He did not take Hu Qingyun seriously at all. Such an action clearly angered Hu Qingyun, or perhaps he gritted his teeth. He had just suffered a loss on the battlefield, and now he was being mocked by Yi Qin. This was not the result he wanted. D***. Hu Qingyun's eyes turned cold. Sword Qi shot out again and charged at Yi Qin. Powerful heavenly immortal laws combined with the divine weapons Sword Qi. At such a close distance, everyone thought that Yi Qin would not be able to withstand it. However, soon, everyone saw a stunning scene again. Yi Qin condensed his Sword Qi and lifted his hand slightly. In an instant, the chess piece under his feet emitted 6 rays of red light, condensing into a sword rainbow. It soared into the sky, overflowing with light and colors. It spun like a flying dragon descending to the world, instantly circling around Hu Qingyun's Sword Qi. Hu Qingyun's Sword Qi that was filled with peak heavenly immortal laws instantly shattered and turned into nothingness. Yi Qin only condensed his Sword Qi, and the power he unleashed shocked everyone again. What was going on? No matter what, they could not believe that Yi Qin could unleash such terrifying Sword Qi with his own strength. The heavenly way of carriage combined with his own Sword Qi is monstrous. Just as everyone was discussing among themselves and feeling puzzled, Tyrant Wu Jiang spoke. Everyone's hearts trembled. However, from Tyrant Wu Jiang's words, it was obvious that Yi Qin had relied on the power of a status chess piece. The chess piece! Everyone looked at the chess piece under their feet with a solemn expression. Many of them closed their eyes and focused, trying to sense what mysterious power existed in the chess piece that could make Yi Qin so powerful. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not sense any movement in it. Such a situation made those powerhouses extremely angry. They were all geniuses. Why could Yi Qin do it, but they could not? However, there were some talented people who saw that there was some kind of mental cultivation method hidden in the chess piece. This mental cultivation method was the key to unlocking the chess piece's mystery. Many people sat cross-legged on the chess piece and began to comprehend it. The grand scene of the previous chaotic battle was now completely silent. All the powerhouses focused on the chess piece, even forgetting their own mission. However, seeing such a scene, the immovable Wisdom King did not intervene. It was obvious that this was also a part of the Buddha Emperor's game. Ha ha ha! Yi Qin, Tyrant Wu Jiang. 2 geniuses. Let's see what happens next. Above the 9 heavens, the immovable Wisdom King looked at the whole situation. End of this chapter. Chapter 2269. Seeing the powerhouses sitting cross-legged and comprehending the mysteries of the chess pieces. Hu Qingyun understood that there was no good result in targeting Yi Qin. It was better to comprehend the mysteries of the chess pieces. The chess piece under his feet was the commander. Once this power was comprehended, would he obtain the power to restrain the other chess pieces or even defeat Ba Wujiang? This was not a fantasy. Ha ha ha! I was born extraordinary. Once I've comprehended the commander position, it's time for you to bow your heads. After speaking, Hu Qingyun fell into a state of comprehension. The atmosphere changed instantly. It was not only Hu Qingyun's side, but also Ba Wujiang's side. The powerhouses had also fallen into the same state. Only Yi Qin and Ba Wujiang looked at each other. There was an unfathomable look in their eyes. Then their primordial spirits left their bodies at the same time and used the Buddha Emperor chessboard to enter the alternate space. Above the expectation, Yi Qin and Ba Wujiang were facing each other. Yi Qin, I didn't misjudge you. You've comprehended the true meaning of the chessboard. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to enter this alternate space. Ba Wujiang, you're different from the rest. However, before me, you can only be my servant. Ha ha ha. Ba Wujiang laughed. He had always been a madman, but after meeting Yi Chen today, he realized that Yi Chen's craziness surpassed his. However, there could only be one winner in this game of chess. Their eyes suddenly turned cold. In the surrounding space, endless energy flowed and spread. This energy was very strange. Its attributes were constantly changing. Unless one was extremely talented, one could not use it at all. Ba Wujiang acted first and absorbed the power of the 5 soldiers, because at this moment the 5 pawns were comprehending the mysteries of the 5 pawns. The deeper they comprehended, the more energy Tyrant Wujiang would be able to absorb. This was the true mystery of the chessboard. Everyone was a chess piece. Only the controller would be able to reap the benefits. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Accompanied by bursts of light, Ba Wujiang's body emitted a strange light. All this power was absorbed and refined by him. These people are too weak. This bit of power is not enough. Ba Wujiang showed a greedy expression and shouted angrily. At this time, Yi Chen also saw that the power of 5 weapons was brewing and circulating above his expectations. However, he did not absorb and use it directly. Instead, he let them continue to cultivate. I originally thought that my opponent would be the marshal, but when I saw you, I knew that Huqinyan was no match for you. This arrangement is just a game played by the Buddha Emperor. There is no difference between a marshal or not. Only those who have comprehended the 9 levels of heavenly Tao can make use of these chess pieces. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Ba Wujiang thought that he was the ruler of everything. As long as he killed Yi Chen and obtained the power of all the chess pieces, he would be the most talented person in the universe. Even if he ascended to the heaven realm, he would still be the strongest genius. Yi Chen, you're destined to die in my hands. Accept your fate. Seeing that Yi Chen had not absorbed the power of 5 soldiers for a long time, Ba Wujiang thought that he had found Yi Chen's weakness. As long as he used the power of 5 soldiers to strike first, Yi Chen would definitely lose. His eyes flashed, and the halberd in his hand glowed once again. The powerful halberd light activated the power of the 5 soldiers, and it was unstoppable. Clang! Just as the halberd light was about to kill Yi Chen raised his hand slightly. Suddenly, a grand hand seal caught the halberd light, preventing it from moving forward. In the sky, sparks flew everywhere, and the stars shook. The powerful energy shattered the void, forming a battle between 2 powerhouses. Impossible! Ba Wujiang was shocked. The attack just now used the power of 5 soldiers. Yi Chen could not have blocked it. However, at this moment, Ba Wujiang realized that the chess piece under Yi Chen's feet was continuously transforming the power of heavenly Tao into Yi Chen's meridians. It was invincible chariot, peerless way of the sword. Humph, so what? Take this halberd. When Ba Wujiang saw the source of Yi Chen's power, he activated his chess piece and flew up to the 9 heavens. With one strike, he broke through the sword qi that had resisted the power of 5 soldiers. With the return of the power of 5 soldiers, Ba Wujiang strength soared and he charged straight at Yi Chen. Power of 5 soldiers. At this moment, Yi Chen finally used the power of 5 soldiers. Suddenly, 5 rays of sword qi flew out of the chess piece and turned into 5 streams of light, supporting Yi Chen. At the same time, the swimming dragon sword was unsheathed. What? The heaven-grade weapon was unsheathed and supported by the power of 5 soldiers. The power of the sword was impressive, evolving into the 5 elements sword array and fighting in the starry sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 5 elements sword had all evolved into the 9 layers, heavenly Tao. The power of the sword was not something that Huqinyan and the others could compare to. Yi Chen's strength was already overwhelming. Clang, clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, only the sharp and unparalleled sword qi could be seen. activating the light of the 5 element stars and charging forward. Ba Wujiang brandished his halberd, wanting to counterattack. However, when his halberd collided with Yi Chen's sword qi, he realized that all his previous calculations had failed. Yi Chen's understanding of the 9 heavenly Dao might have exceeded his imagination. Dual cannons attacked together. At this time, Ba Wujiang activated the power of the dual cannons. In an instant, the halberd light shook the heavens, and its power filled the 9 heavens. Kill! With a furious roar, the majestic halberd light locked onto Yi Chen's figure and could not be avoided. Good timing. However, Yi Chen was not afraid at all. He waved the swimming dragon's sword and 9 dragons counterattacked. Dual soaring elephants, dragon and elephant Prajna, the heavenly spirit Buddha's figure, appeared again. His Buddhist divine technique bloomed endlessly. The dragon and elephant Prajna was powerful and boundless. Its power countered Ba Wujiang's. Dragon roars sounded and instantly broke Ba Wujiang's halberd light. Rumble! There was an earth-shattering explosion. The starry sky cracked, and entire space fell into nothingness. Ah! Ba Wujiang screamed and was pushed hundreds of feet away by the dragon and elephant force. He could not have imagined such a situation. TCH, TCH, TCH. His fingers dug into the ground and drew bloody marks on the chessboard. Then, sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Waves of the chessboard's power turned into lightning and was constantly absorbed by Ba Wujiang. He had lost his patience. His cultivation base was far above Yi Chen's. This time, he did not want to delay any longer. He wanted a boring victory. Yi Chen, you're very strong and I like you very much. However, I don't have time to play with you. Die. Above him, the heavenly path power contained in all the chess pieces gathered toward Ba Wujiang. At this moment, the light of the 9 heavenly paths condensed above his head. The Ba Wujiang stood tall and absorbed the heavenly path power. He was like a god descending, unparalleled. Ha ha ha! Accompanied by wild laughter, Ba Wujiang displayed his true strength. He was a half-step golden immortal. Seeing that his opponent's strength had soared 100 times, Yi Chen did not dare to be careless. He no longer held back the ancient god's body. The black tortoise revealed itself. The heavenly path power around the chessboard was absorbed by the black tortoise and gathered. Ha ha ha, it's useless, Yi Chen. I'm a half-step golden immortal. The power my body can store is far above yours. Do you really think you can absorb all the chess pieces' heavenly path? Dream on. Chapter 2270. Tyrant Wujiang believed that his foundation was invincible. Although Yi Chen was talented, he was no match for him in terms of absorbing and refining the heavenly way of the entire chessboard. Therefore, he wanted to use this method to exhaust Yi Chen. Ha ha ha, Yi Chen! You've sensed the vigorous heavenly way's power in my body. It's above yours, and as time passes, it'll only develop to this level. Yi Chen, admit defeat. I'll give you a chance to live. Become my subordinate. How about that? Tyrant Wujiang believed himself to be invincible, but he admired Yi Chen's ability and hoped that Yi Chen would become his subordinate. Under such circumstances, this seemed to be Yi Chen's only choice. However, Yi Chen did not care about this at all. At the same time, if there was a ruler in this world, it would be himself. Rumble. Suddenly, heaven and earth shook and the sun and moon dimmed. Behind Yi Chen, a majestic ancient god shadow appeared. Above the ancient god was the all things returned to origin, the heavenly furnace. Tyrant Wujiang, you're too arrogant. You don't understand what kind of person your opponent is. Although you're slightly better than those idiots, you still can't measure me. If you think that your foundation is invincible, then I'll show you how insignificant you are. Yi Chen's eyes were cold and unparalleled. Ancient god power flowed throughout his body. He pointed his sword at the sky, and suddenly, a wave of sword energy rushed toward the heavenly furnace. As if commanded, a wild wolf rolled in the furnace, and lava flew into the sky. Then, all the heavenly way of the commander's side flowed into the heavenly furnace. Humph, I don't believe it. You're courting death. I don't believe that your foundation is better than mine. I'll wait for your painful death. Then I'll have to disappoint you. Yi Chen continued to absorb the heavenly way, and his absorption speed was even faster than Tyrant Wu Jiang's. This phenomenon made the latter somewhat flustered, but he still believed in his judgment. According to Yi Chen's mystic immortal rank, it was impossible for Yi Chen to compete with him in terms of foundation. Yi Chen was bluffing. The heavenly way of both sides flowed toward their respective directions. The power of flame and the power of darkness formed a sharp contrast. Inside the furnace, the heavenly way's power constantly stirred the wind and clouds. Heat waves surged. Yi Chen felt endless power gathering. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, Tyrant unbound its body, continued to emit explosive sounds. His figure gradually grew taller, and his muscles became more and more muscular. It was as if he had transformed into a bear man. It was extremely terrifying. On Yi Chen's side, all the energy pressure was not directed directly to his main body. Instead, it rushed into the heavenly Tao furnace. In this way, Yi Chen could wholeheartedly absorb the heavenly Tao energy after the lotus flower. This was the essential difference between him and the boundless tyrant. Just when the unparalleled tyrant thought that he had absorbed enough heavenly energy, the truth was that the unparalleled tyrant had only absorbed heavenly energy. Yi Chen, on the other hand, had absorbed the essence of heavenly energy. Ah! Unbounded tyrant roared in anger. He seemed to have reached his limit in absorbing all the power in his body. He began to circulate his power, hoping to kill his opponent with a single strike. At the same time, he was also using his own power to absorb more power. Boom! There was a shocking explosion as the tyrant halberd in Ba Wujiang's hand suddenly swept across. Instantly, a halberd ray that was like a meteor between heaven and earth attacked Yi Chen with a sky full of black flames. Meanwhile, on Yi Chen's side, his entire body was emitting golden flames like a newborn sun. His might was unparalleled. Heavenly sword edge. Yi Chen pointed with his sword finger. Instantly, the golden flames became the heavenly sword edge, pointing straight ahead. The majestic flaming sword ray filled the sky and instantly collided with the tyrant halberd's ray. For a moment, the heavenly Tao of both sides clashed and collided. All sorts of shocking explosions rang out continuously as if the entire sky had become their battlefield. In the face of such great power, countless stars were shattered. The light caused by the explosion spread out to the extreme limits of the 8 desolates. Impossible, impossible! The unparalleled tyrant saw that both sides were evenly matched. This was not the result he had expected. In his heart, the power of this attack could completely crush Yi Chen. This was because the heavenly Tao he had absorbed before had reached the limit of his own foundation. Using such a powerful ultimate attack, it was impossible for Yi Chen to block it. However, the result before him was completely different from what he had imagined. Not only did Yi Chen block it, but he also seemed to be very relaxed. This was even more strange. What did you do? How can you use so little power to resist my power? The unparalleled tyrant finally could not help but ask. Ha ha ha, idiot! Yi Chen laughed coldly and shouted, Idiot! Although the unparalleled tyrant was furious, he endured it for the sake of knowing the answer and waited for Yi Chen's response. Seeing that the unparalleled tyrant wanted to know the answer, Yi Chen did not hide it. He wanted to let the unparalleled tyrant know how shallow he was. The power of the heavenly way that I've absorbed is the essence of the heavenly way that I've refined through the cosmos furnace. A portion of my power is equivalent to a portion of yours. Therefore, no matter how much power you absorb, it's useless. Ah! Hearing this, The unparalleled tyrant's eyes bulged and his heart trembled. His eyes emitted a black light as he looked at the heavenly furnace. He saw that the furnace had gathered thousands of heavenly Tao's power. This power was much more than the unparalleled tyrant had absorbed. The endless heavenly Tao essence was fused into Yi Chen's body through the furnace. This is unbelievable. The heavenly furnace is so magical. The body of an ancient god is really invincible. For the first time, the unparalleled tyrant doubted his own talent. As the most powerful person among the general ranks, was he really going to lose to Yi Chen? All the unwillingness constantly attacked his heart. He would never allow anyone to surpass him. Ah! With a roar, the unparalleled tyrant activated his overlord body. Suddenly, the wind and clouds around him changed. Countless halberd gleams circled around his body. Bestial roars shook the earth and the beasts panicked. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following that, the powerful heavenly Tao transformed into a storm and continuously surged into the unparalleled tyrant's body. All the meridians in his body appeared. Energy, like black blood, surged in these meridians. The unparalleled tyrant's power increased more than 100 times. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen's eyes turned slightly cold. In order to defeat him, the person before him had broken through his limits and achieved the overlord body that was comparable to a god. Seeing that the unparalleled tyrant was absorbing the heavenly Tao's power from the chessboard, Yi Chen activated his dark divine power at the same time. Dual yin and yang flames appeared in the furnace. Above the furnace, the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram appeared. Suddenly, the two heavenly Tao on the chessboard turned into yin and yang dragons and surged wildly into the heavenly furnace. Boom, boom, boom. Inside the furnace, the world was turned upside down. It was indescribable, as if chaos had been restarted. Chapter 2271. Following the activation of the double god power, Yi Chen's power changed qualitatively. The heavenly cauldron was like an endless abyss, swallowing all the heavenly Tao power of the commander-in-chief. Overlord Halberd, shatter! Seeing that Yi Chen's power was soaring, Tyrant Wujiang no longer hesitated. The Tyrant Halberd's sharp edge streaked across the sky, pointing directly at Yi Chen. The combination of the Overlord body and the Tyrant Halberd gave off a majestic aura that could shake the heavens and earth and destroy stars. Kill! With a shout, heaven and earth shook as the Tyrant Halberd descended. Boom! The surrounding space rapidly compressed and collapsed. There was no power that could resist the might of the Tyrant Halberd. In the face of such a powerful attack, Yi Chen's eyes turned slightly cold. His entire body released ancient god power and nether god power at the same time. The dual god power stirred the wind and clouds. In the cosmic furnace, the strongest heavenly path energy was infused. Boundless tyrant, I'll make you concede defeat wholeheartedly. The phantoms of the ancient god and the underworld god appeared behind Yi Chen. His 4 arms were like the pillars of the heavens. They stretched forward and instantly grabbed the halberd ray in the sky. No matter how strong the halberd was, it could not move an inch in front of the 4 pillars. Impossible. The unbounded tyrant unleashed all the heavenly Tao energy in his body. This was his strongest attack. He wanted to kill Yi Chen with this attack. Otherwise, he would fail. Clang, clang, clang. His 4 arms propped up the sky, the power of the 9 accumulations supporting him. The might of the 2 deities was even greater than before. Combined with the power of the heavenly Tao of the martial position, he was impregnable and fearless. Under such a powerful impact, the halberd radiance began to crumble. Then it was suddenly gripped by the 2 godly hands. Kacha, kacha, kacha! Under the tyrannical pressure, the halberd light exploded. Boundless energy surged out in all directions, causing countless stars to explode, creating even stronger energy shockwaves. The entire starry sky was shaken and uneasy. "Get lost!" Yi Chun let out a furious roar as his dual god powers erupted. The might of the heavenly Tao was used to judge those who did not submit. Only the heavenly emperor was eternal. Ah! Tyrant Unbounded's body was like a kite with a broken string. He was sent flying by the twin divine powers. All the meridians in his body were in a mess, and the power of the heavenly law scattered from his body. Universe furnace! At this moment, Yi Chun summoned the cosmic furnace. Its powerful homologous suction force caused the scattered heavenly path energy to gather again and guide it into the cosmic furnace. The furnace exploded in the sky, revealing the strongest 9 heavenly Taos. ZZZ. Following the fusion of the furnace and Yi Chun's ancient god body, all the essence of the 9-fold heaven Tao was also under Yi Chun's control. The chessboard suddenly exploded, and Yi Chun and Tyrant Wujiang returned to reality. Ah, puff! Boundless Tyrant spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body trembled. When the generals saw this scene, they all stood up and asked Qin Wen Tian what exactly had happened. The experts still didn't know that while they were comprehending the power of the chess pieces, the ultimate battle had already ended. Meanwhile, on Yi Chun's side, the 9th heaven Tao converged, and the entire chessboard obeyed his commands. Yi Chun, you've already obtained the 9 heavenly Tao. Now, you can deal with the remaining people as you please. A Buddhist voice rang out. It was the immovable Wisdom King. Hearing this, all the powerhouses were shocked. They did not know what had happened, but Tyrant Wujiang looked at Yi Chun coldly, revealing a look of unwillingness. Boundless Tyrant, what's going on? What's the situation right now? Facing the crowd's confusion, Wujiang gnashed his teeth in anger. Then he told them that he had been defeated in the ultimate battle. Ah! Hearing such an unbelievable thing, all the powerhouses fell into a panic. If Yi Chun controlled the 9th heaven Tao and the entire chessboard obeyed his commands, wouldn't they all become fish on the chopping board? Now, whether it was the marshal or the generals, all the powerhouses regarded Yi Chun as an anomaly and revealed a cautious expression. However, Yi Chun's goal was to obtain the 9th heaven Tao. In this trip to the 9th level techniques, he had obtained the dragon taming spear, the hell blood orchid, the 3-headed blood python, the Samadhi stone spirit, and the 9th heaven Tao. He was already the person with the most bountiful harvest. Dealing with the powerhouses of the universe was meaningless. Since I've accepted the Buddha Emperor's 9th heaven Tao, the immovable Wisdom King, is everything within the 9th level techniques under my control? As expected of the celestial Emperor Yi Chun. Such ambition, but you're right. Everything left behind by the Buddha Emperor, including us extraditors, will listen to your commands. With that, the immovable Wisdom King pointed to the sky. Instantly, a spatial door opened, and the 3 extraditors walked out. In the current situation, Yi Chun had the absolute upper hand. However, how could the powerhouses be willing to lose the 9th heaven Tao? F***CK. Yi Chun, you betrayed us and obtained the 9th heaven Tao. You're our enemy. The first to step out was Hui Qingyun. As the Emperor Qingyun's son, he did not obtain the 9th heaven Tao. This was a humiliation to him. Moreover, he did not defeat the boundless tyrant, but Yi Chun defeated him. This was also a humiliation. Now, if he did not target Yi Chun, what was the point of his existence? When the powerhouses heard this, they nodded. The 9th heaven Tao was the most important. Yi Chun had obtained both the marshal and general positions. Their anger could not be concealed. Yi Chun, hand over the 9th heaven Tao. The powerhouses roared. After all, they were the strongest prodigies from the various universes. When they gathered together, they did not believe that Yi Chun could defeat them. In the face of such a confrontation, Yi Chun only smiled coldly. Before, the immovable Wisdom King had already said that Yi Chun was now the king of the 9th law realm. Who would have thought that these people would join forces against him for the ninth heaven Tao? There was no chance of victory here. Do you really want to deal with me? What heavenly emperor? Immediately hand over the ninth heaven Tao and all the treasures. Otherwise, you'll die without a burial place. The powerhouses joined forces and stood together. As the boundless tyrant had been seriously injured by Yi Chen in the battle in the alternate space, the entire alliance was now led by Hu Qingyan. Yi Chen, do as we say immediately. Hu Qingyan shouted angrily. Previously, he had been suppressed by Yi Chen many times. Now he wanted to find himself and his dignity. However, he did not know that he was not qualified to face Yi Chen at all. Impudent, with a roar, the immovable Wisdom King's fury descended. The entire space shook. Following that, powerful Buddha energy mixed together and went straight for Hu Qingyan. Qingyan's sword. Hu Qingyan held the divine weapon in his hand and pointed the tip of the sword. Suddenly, an immortal sword energy shot up to the 9 heavens, clashing with the immovable Wisdom King's palm. The powerhouses saw the sound of Buddha above the 9 heavens like a mountain falling. Hu Qingyan's sword energy was extinguished instantly. Such a scene shocked the workers. This is impossible. Hu Qingyan naturally did not believe what he saw. Humph, in the 9th law realm, you want to go against the Buddha? You're seeking death. Ah! The immovable Wisdom King's words finally made the powerhouses realize that fighting in this place was the opponent's home ground. They could not gain the slightest advantage. Chapter 2272. Hu Qingyan, you've targeted me many times. This time, I'll give you a chance to fight me one-on-one. Do you dare? At that moment, Yi Chen walked forward with an evil smile on his lips as he faced Hu Qingyan directly. As soon as he said that, all the powerhouses looked at Hu Qingyan. This was a good opportunity to kill Yi Chen. As long as Yi Chen died, the 9-fold heavenly Tao would once again fall into a masterless state. This was the result they wanted to see. By then, even the immovable Wisdom King and the 3 venerable ones would once again fall into a masterless state. Therefore, the powerhouses hoped that Hu Qingyan would accept the challenge. Hu Qingyan, who had always been arrogant, hesitated at that moment. After all, this was a matter of life and death. The conditions did not allow him to be so reckless. After all, Yi Chen had defeated Tyrant Wu Jiang. Of course, as a peerless genius, he also realized that the benefits of taking risks were extremely high. As long as he defeated Yi Chen, he could dominate everything. He could even become the master of the immovable Wisdom King and the 3 venerable ones. Just thinking about it felt good. Hu Qingyan, what are you thinking about? Agree now. Yes. Kill this person and we're willing to give you the 9th heaven Tao. Yi Chen is arrogant and invincible. He must be punished. Hu Qingyan, you're the emperor of the Emerald Cloud sect. Are you going to retreat? The pressure from the powerhouses made it difficult for Hu Qingyan to withstand it. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Yi Chen looked at Hu Qingyan with a cold smile, waiting for his response. Hu Qingyan, you're from the Feiyun universe. You don't even dare to accept such a challenge? All right, just kneel and kowtow to me 3,000 times, and I'll let you leave alive. You. Hu Qingyan was completely enraged when he heard that. A dignified emperor had to suffer such humiliation. If he forced himself to endure it, he would not have the face to return to the Feiyun universe. He suddenly turned to look at Yi Chen with a murderous expression. Yi Chen, don't think that you're invincible just because you defeated Tyrant Wu Jiang. You haven't seen my true strength. Then come. What are you waiting for? You want to make an example out of me, but I won't let you do that. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen laughed maniacally and flew down. Then he waved his arms, and the space around him shook violently. Immediately, an ancient battlefield was drawn out just like that. The imposing aura caused all the experts in the surroundings to retreat and become spectators. Ha ha ha. Yi Qin, did you really not see through the fact that I was hiding my strength? Since you took the initiative to challenge me, I'll let you see the difference between the Feian cosmos and the other cosmoses. Since he was on the battlefield, then Hu Qingyun could no longer endure and completely liberated himself. As a disciple of the Clear Sky sect, what he had to do this time was very simple. It was to regain his confidence, kill his enemies, and obtain the 9 levels of Sky Dao. Yi Qin smiled faintly in the face of Hu Qingyun's domineering words and did not respond. Since his opponent said that he wanted to make an example out of him, he would do it for everyone to see. At the same time, it would also prove the crushing power of the 9 heavenly Dao. The 9-fold heavenly Dao in Yi Chen's body had absorbed the power from the 2 chessboards of the martial position and the general position. It was the complete Buddha Emperor's heavenly Dao. Kill! His eyes shone with a sharp light, which turned into sword qi and rushed towards Hu Qingyun. Good timing! Hu Qingyun's brows tightened. With the divine weapon in hand, the emerald cloud sword swung. Wherever the blade passed, nothing could not be destroyed. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the sword gleam in Yi Chen's eyes shattered. In a battle between powerhouses, the winner could be decided as soon as it began. Facing Hu Qingyun, who was counterattacking, Yi Chen did not panic at all and fought alone. Ha ha ha, how do you feel? Yi Chen, is my current ability different from before? Ha, it's different indeed, but the result won't change. Is that so? Hu Qingyun's lips curled into a cold smile. The emerald cloud sword in his hand emitted mysterious light, like a meteor chasing after the moon. It was so fast that it could not be blinked. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 rays of sword qi rushed out. Yi Chen saw that his vision instantly became blurry. At the same time, the feedback in the surrounding space was greatly disrupted. These 3 rays of sword qi were not meant to kill Yi Chen, but to disrupt his senses. In this space, they were building a sword realm that belonged to Hu Qingyun. Although it was ingenious, it could not escape Yi Chen's eyes. You want to fight me with this arrangement? Hu Qingyun, you're underestimating the 9 heavenly Dao. Just as Hu Qingyun was puzzled, Yi Chen's body emitted golden light, and the Buddha Emperor's shadow appeared. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Buddha's light soared into the sky, and the power of the heavenly Dao covered everything. The powerful Buddha Emperor's shadow descended, and the complete 9 heavenly Dao finally descended into the world. A powerful aura waved out and instantly broke the sword realm of mystic light before him. Boom, boom, boom! The sword realm was shattered on the spot. Hu Qingyun's body trembled, and he took a few steps back. I have the majesty of the Buddha Emperor, and cannot be violated. His heart trembled, and his eyes lost focus. Hu Qingyun did not expect the power of the 9 heavenly Dao to be so powerful. It was on a completely different level from the 8 heavenly Dao. It's just a release, and it has such power. Is this the power of the 9 heavenly Dao? It's too powerful. It can actually summon the Buddha Emperor's shadow. Hu Qingyun, what are you waiting for? You're a true heavenly immortal cultivator. Are you afraid of a mystic immortal? When the powerhouses saw the power of the 9 heavenly Dao, the greed in their hearts took over. They did not care how powerful Yi Chen was anymore. They only wanted Hu Qingyun now. Even if they lost their lives, they had to kill Yi Chen. This was his greatest value to the powerhouses. Hearing the powerhouses' words, Hu Qingyun naturally knew what they were thinking. This was also what he was thinking. However, Yi Chen's power was far beyond his imagination. If he really wanted to win, the price he had to pay would be unimaginably huge. Ha ha ha! Hu Qingyun, let me tell you, as long as you can destroy me, then the 9 heavenly Dao will immediately belong to you. It will even completely repair the damage to your body. Therefore, you don't have to worry about it being taken away. This is your best chance. Huh? Are you telling the truth? Of course. I have no reason to lie to you. Ha ha ha, Yi Chen. you've revealed the most secret you shouldn't have. I'll make you understand that underestimating me is the most unwise thing you can do." Hearing this, Hua Qingyun's battle-intent sword, mysterious light, and sword qi surrounded his body, and the emerald cloud sword in his hand shattered. The powerhouses were shocked. They were all thinking that Hua Qingyun had broken his own divine weapon. However, within this emerald cloud sword, a new divine weapon appeared. It was the mystic sword. Mystic sword kill. As soon as the mystic sword appeared, heaven and earth radiated with light. The heavenly Buddha's light from before could not cover its radiance. Made of sword qi, it was invincible. At the same time, with the support of the mystic sword, Hua Qingyun's foundation rose rapidly. He had the power to rival a golden immortal. Chapter 2273. Seeing this situation, those who had been intimidated by Yi Chen before immediately became excited. They did not expect Hua Qingyun to have such a trump card. In this case, they might even be able to turn defeat into victory. At that time, both of them would be heavily injured at the same time. Would that not be perfect? The powerhouses all shouted, "Hua Qingyun, we all believe in you. Kill this arrogant person." That's right. Yi Chen is just a madman in the chaotic universe. Meeting you now is courting death. So the legend of the unparalleled sword is true. I really didn't expect it. Hua Qingyun, you're the #1 genius. Finish this person quickly. The powerhouses were now very confident. As long as Hua Qingyun performed as usual, then Yi Chen would not be his match. Once the profound sword was out, who could compete with it? Sensing the powerful sword might on the profound sword, Yi Chen's eyes focused. The divine power around him circulated, and the heavenly Tao gathered from all directions. He understood that Hua Qingyun had been reborn. His strength was probably above Tyrant Wujiang. "Yi Chen, how is it?" Hua Qingyun flew above the 9 heavens. His eyes glowed red like a god of war from hell. On the profound sword, unparalleled power gradually gathered, triggering the foundation of his body to ascend. He still had strength close to golden immortal. This was the level of heavenly tribulation. Interesting. This should be the last value you bring to me. It's just a little fun, betting on such a powerful opponent. Yet Yi Chen said it was just a little more fun. Such an attitude made the powerhouses of the universe unable to believe their ears. Even if they knew everything, the current Hua Qingyun was no longer the same as before. His strength had reached the heavens. Now, even the immovable Wisdom King and the 3 venerable ones might not be his match. Yet Yi Chen was still so arrogant and unruly. This was too much. Even the immovable Wisdom King and the 3 venerable ones who were watching the battle in the sky looked nervous. "Lord Wisdom King, do you think Yi Chen can defeat Hua Qingyun in his current state?" The first venerable one asked. According to Yi Chen's strength, he has mastered the 9 heavenly Tao. Defeating Hua Qingyun before was not a problem. However, Hua Qingyun's strength is above Tyrant Wujiang. We can't even see his true strength. The outcome is unknown. The 3 venerable ones looked conflicted. Originally, finding their master was one of their greatest values, but it seemed that Yi Chen might not win. Once Yi Chen was defeated, they might have to change masters. This situation was not good for them. Alas, we can only resign ourselves to fate. The venerable ones shook their heads slightly. They could only watch Yi Chen's performance. Currently, Hua Qingyun was berserk and invincible on the main battlefield. The light from the profound sword suppressed the Buddhist light. An entire space fell into the domain of the profound sword. The powerful black sword constantly flew through the sky, ready to kill at any moment. Unparalleled profound sword, ink stains the world. Hua Qingyun knew that he could not maintain his profound sword state for long, so he could only end the battle quickly. Sensing the unimaginably powerful sword qi, Yi Chen's eyes turned slightly cold. He had also realized this. Hua Qingyan wanted to fight to the death, right from the start. Ha! Hua Qingyan, you're too impatient. Yi Chen smiled lightly as the dragon-restraining spear appeared in his hand again. 9 bolts of Thunder God, lightning rushed Dharma idol. Yi Chen brandished the dragon-taming spear. Instantly, the wind and thunder between heaven and earth surged and howled. The spear ray spiraled and the 6 bolting Thunder Dharma forms surged out rapidly, blocking the space 1,000 feet in front of Yi Chen. Ha ha ha, it's useless. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The ink-colored sword Qi surged between heaven and earth, and the boundless sword ray broke through everything. Although Yi Chen's bolting Thunder Dharma forms were powerful, under the ink stains the entire world was filled with Hua Qingyun's sword Qi. At this moment he was the master. Boom, boom, boom. The bolting Thunder Dharma forms shattered one after another, and the sword ray charged toward Yi Chen again. Facing such terrifying sword might, even the spectators felt a great pressure, and they all revealed expressions of fear. However, Yi Chen was taking a leisurely stroll in the park, unfazed in the face of all this. This brat should be so confident. Is he really confident, or is he just stunned? Is this the behavior of a fool? I don't know. This brat is too strange. We have no way to predict his future actions at all. We can only see the results. Ha ha ha, don't worry everyone. Although both of them are peerless geniuses and invincible, this is their ultimate battle. No matter who wins, they'll have to pay a great price. When the time comes, we'll reap the benefits alone. It'll be wonderful. You're right. All the powerhouses were waiting for an opportunity. They were ready to seize the opportunity and treasure when Hua Qingyan and Yi Chen were both injured. On the battlefield, Hua Qingyun's sword Qi was unparalleled. He used the destruction method to break Yi Chen's 9 majestic formations consecutively. His pursuit was getting closer, but Yi Chen did not care at all. He was like a monkey waiting for his opponent to attack. Damn it! Hua Qingyan was pressed for time, so he was instantly enraged. Unparalleled, profound sword, Black Mountain waterfall, rumble. However, above the 9 heavens, dark energy shrouded the entire place. Countless dark energy flowed down, covering the entire space. There was no place to hide. Ha ha ha! This was one of Hua Qingyun's sure kill sword techniques. Under the shroud of ink staining the world and this killing divine ability, even a golden immortal would have to retreat, let alone a mere mystic immortal. Yi Chen sighed softly, knowing that the time had come. Countless Buddhist Dharma seals suddenly appeared at the places he had passed to avoid the sword's pursuit. At the same time, countless heavenly Tao laws were engraved on the seals, and these were the 9 heavenly Tao. Buddhist emperor's decree, unyielding seal of salvation, rumble. Behind Yi Chen, the mountains exploded one after another, and the Buddha Emperor's shadow appeared in the world again. The majestic Buddha shadow triggered the unyielding seal of salvation's karma laws on the ground. The boundless connection instantly locked the world. Even the land that was stained with ink was within the range of the unyielding seal. 9 heavenly Tao, Buddha Emperor's judgment. At the same time, above the 9 heavens, thunderbolts descended, and the earthen Vajra Dharma seal responded. In an instant, the boundless world was filled with Buddhist power, and the world was filled with heavenly Tao. What? Hua Qingyan instantly felt his power draining away. Under the Buddha's light, he could not move his feet. Under the heavenly Tao's lightning, his entire cultivation method was crippled. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The heavenly lightning descended, and the dragon's spear appeared. Roar! The majestic dragon's roar shook the 9 hells, and the world was clear when the dragon emerged from the sea. Kill! Hua Qingyan still wanted to make his final resistance. He channeled all the power of the profound sword and used his lifetime's cultivation method, wanting to perish together with Yi Qin. However, how could he fight against the Buddha's light and the heavenly brilliance? Rumble, sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sound of thunder and explosions instantly swept in all directions. Hua Qingyun's profound sword flew out of his hand, and his body exploded. He did not even have the chance to scream. The most powerful prodigy died just like that. Chapter 2274. Everyone's last hope, the unparalleled mysterious sword, Hua Qingyun, had died in Yi Chen's hands just like that. He did not even have a chance to fight back. He did not even see the true meaning of Yi Chen's final move before he died. This result of the battle dumbfounded those who were waiting to see Yi Chen and Hua Qingyun suffer. Everyone, how do you feel? Hearing Yi Chen's question, the powerhouses did not dare to make a sound. They only gritted their teeth in their hearts, but the result would not change. Hua Qingyun is already dead. Who else wants to challenge this emperor? Whoosh! As he spoke, Yi Chen made a grabbing motion with his hand. The powerful might of the star-plucking palm descended and surrounded the profound sword. The powerful suction force made the profound sword unable to move. However, its master was already dead, so the profound sword resisted with all its might. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Countless sword gleams flickered on the profound sword, trying to resist Yi Chen's star-picking palm. Humph, you don't have the qualifications to refuse to accept this emperor. Yi Chen roared furiously. The Pluto star-plucking hand appeared. As he waved his claws, the nether divine power completely destroyed the celestial sword's will to resist and return to Yi Chen's hand. Such a scene shocked all the powerhouses. Yi Chen had easily subdued the heavenly armaments and profound swords. His awe-inspiring will was no longer comparable to ordinary people. We don't dare to challenge you. The powerhouses lowered their heads and bowed to Yi Chen. Ha ha ha. The tyrannical laughter resounded through the horizon. The motionless Wisdom King and the three great supreme experts bowed at the same time. Yi Chen had finally become the sole ruler of the Ninth Law Realm. Lord Celestial Emperor, the entire Ninth Law Realm is a super-large alternate dimension. Since you are the sole ruler of this place, then this alternate dimension belongs to you. The immovable Wisdom King came over and gave Yi Chen a Buddha Emperor Golden Seal. This Golden Seal represented the ownership of the Ninth Law Realm. Thank you. Yi Chen nodded slightly and took the Buddha Emperor Golden Seal. Suddenly, waves of alternate dimension energy were infused into Yi Chen's body. All the energy and information of the Ninth Law Realm were under Yi Chen's control. The Ninth Law Realm belongs to this emperor. All of you leave immediately. Yes, yes. The powerhouses had thought that Yi Chen was going to do something to them. Now that he was asking them to leave, it was exactly what they wanted. One by one, they released their abilities and left. The Ninth Buddha realm fell into silence. Akala, 3 venerables, leave with me. Yes. The 4 of them bowed at the same time. They had become Yi Chen's loyal subordinates. The entire Ninth Buddha world instantly shrunk into the Buddha Emperor Golden Seal. The power of space was vast and boundless, attracting the attention of the time and space dragon. The 4 of them flew quickly out of the Bodhi realm and returned to the spiritual realm. The current Yi Chen had obtained too many fortuitous encounters in the Bodhi realm. His strength was invincible, and he was no longer afraid of any challenge. This time his return was to unify the 6 realms and become the ruler of the 6 heavens. Buddha Eye illuminates the world. After entering the spirit realm, Yi Chen immediately activated the Dharma realm Buddha's eye. It was the Buddha Emperor's eye formed by the 9th heaven Tao. It was far above the heavenly spirit Buddha's eye. ZZZ. With the wisdom eye, countless energies were reflected in Yi Chen's eyes. He instantly discovered where the netherworld was. However, at this moment, the evil spirits had already taken control of the area. Yi Chen's eyes focused as he began his Heavenly Emperor sense. Through the Heavenly Emperor sword's origin, Yi Wushuang's location appeared before Yi Chen's eyes. Wushuang, the spiritual sound transmission, reached beyond the 9 heavens. Yes, Master. Yi Wushuang was very excited. Yi Chen had finally reappeared. What did you say? Is it the Great Emperor? The Patriarch and the others were also excited. During this period of time, they had been hiding here and there, spending a lot of effort. It was just to save their lives. They had wanted to counterattack for a long time, but they were powerless. They had been waiting for the Great Emperor to return. Finally, they had waited for it. Wushuang, I'll return immediately. All right, Master. I'll give you the location. Yi Chen released the Heavenly Emperor sword's telepathy and told Yi Chen the most accurate location information. Let's go. A lotus bloomed under Yi Chen's feet. The huge lotus turned into a lotus boat and quickly moved toward the predetermined coordinates. Finally, after 20 hours of waste batteries, Yi Chen led the 4 venerable ones and found the main group. Great Emperor, the powerhouses came out to welcome him. They had been waiting for Yi Chen for too long. It turned out that the time in the Bodhi realm was different from the outside world. Yi Chen had only been in the Bodhi realm for a few years, but 100 years had passed in the outside world. Everyone, I've kept you waiting. Yi Chen immediately realized this when he saw the powerhouse's state. He had already sensed the flow of time when he came out of the Bodhi realm, but now that he had returned, he could not let them sleep in the wilderness without a home to return to. Everyone, follow me and take back 3,000 feet of the Yellow Springs. Yes. The powerhouses responded one after another. Their morale was unprecedentedly high. They could already feel that Yi Chen's strength was different from before. Everyone sat on the lotus boat and sped toward the Yellow Springs. Within 3,000 feet of the Yellow Springs, the evil spirit army had gathered. During this time, the 9th origin had built a paradise for the evil spirits. But because of the internal changes among the evil spirits, the other origins had not come to the spirit realm. The reason the 9th origin had been diligently building was because the other 3 origins had come out of seclusion after 100 years. This time they were going to descend upon the spirit realm and unify the evil spirits. Lord 9th origin, the entire spirit realm is now under our control. There's no sign of the underworld deity. No one knows if Yi Chen is dead or alive, and there's no movement from the demon martial world. The primordial immortal world is recuperating. We're invincible. The evil undying lord said arrogantly. Evil undying lord, Yi Chen is the biggest scourge. We haven't heard from him since he left. We've been searching for him for 100 years, but we haven't found any trace of him. It's unsettling. The evil lord of celestial Qi said in a low voice. Ha ha ha. Evil lord of celestial Qi, you're being a bit too cautious. Yi Chen hasn't appeared in 100 years, which means he's most likely dead somewhere unknown. He's extraordinarily talented and has extraordinary destiny. If we let him escape, we'll have no end of trouble in the future. Humph, evil lord of celestial Qi, you think too highly of him. The Lord 9th origin is building a base of evil spirits, and the other 3 origins are about to descend. Even if he's not dead, what can he do? Stop arguing. The 9th origin glared at them coldly, and they could only shut up. Ruumble. It was at this moment that, all of a sudden, a huge wind blew up in the 9th heaven, and the sound of thunder filled the air. A mighty Buddhist might descended, causing the 3 experts to tremble. What's going on? The 9th origin roared. In the past 100 years, no one had dared to cause such a ruckus in their territory. Whoever it was, they had to be killed. Whoosh! 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 The 3 of them flew up into the sky. High up in the 9th heaven, the lotus boat descended, surrounded by Buddhist Qi and Buddhist light that repelled all evil spirits. 9th origin, evil lord of celestial Qi, evil undying lord, how have you been? Chapter 2275. Your Yi Chen. Yi Chen's aura was even more domineering, and his aura of a celestial emperor was unshakable. When the evil lord and the evil venerable lord sensed the unusual energy on Yi Chen's body, they were stunned. They did not expect that after 100 years, Yi Chen would reappear in the spirit realm and even take the initiative to look for them. This behavior was too arrogant. The ninth origin was an entity comparable to a gold immortal. In the spirit realm, no one would dare to go up against it in such an arrogant manner. Evil Lord Tianqi and the evil undead lord were relying on the ninth origin. However, Yi Chen was so powerful and surrounded by so many divine lights that he seemed mysterious and unpredictable. Years ago, when Yi Chen was only a true immortal, he had left right under the ninth origin's nose. Now that he had returned, would he come without absolute confidence? They all knew that Yi Chen was no fool. What did his return mean? Yi Chen, how dare you pick a fight with us, evil spirits? You overestimate yourself. It doesn't matter what opportunities you've come across in the past 100 years. You're no match for the Lord of the ninth origin. Surrender now, and you might be able to keep your life. The evil overlord was the first to jump out and yell at Yi Chen. How dare you? The Yellow Springs patriarch roared, his eyes blazing as he glared at the evil overlord. In the 100 years that Yi Chen had been gone, the Yellow Springs patriarch and the other combatants had used the cultivation method Yi Chen had left behind to cultivate the heavenly Tao to the sixth origin. The patriarch, Wu Shuang, and the Netherworld patriarch had even broken through their limits and become arcane immortals. They were no longer the weaklings they once were, and if not for the existence of the ninth origin, they would have long since attacked the Yellow Springs. Yellow Springs patriarch. The evil overlord was furious. He had never thought that a remnant like the Yellow Springs patriarch would dare to speak to him like this. What? Evil overlord, do you think I'm afraid of you? I've long since cultivated the sixth origin with the help of the great emperor's cultivation method. If you don't like it, come and try. You're courting death. The evil overlord lashed out at the Yellow Springs patriarch. Yi Chen nodded at the patriarch, then flew out. The Yellow Springs sword Qi bloomed like a lotus, instantly locking down the area. The Yellow Springs sword realm had been baptized by the sixth origin. Lotus flowers bloomed on the road to the Yellow Springs, and the light of Buddha illuminated the mortal world. Old ancestor Yellow Spring waved the long sword in his hand, and immortal energy burst forth. Boundless sword Qi was like a school of piranhas, trapping the evil lord, making it almost impossible for him to use any divine arts. This was the so-called preemptive strike. Even though the evil lord had also entered the sixth tier heavenly Buddhapon back then, based on his talent and comprehension ability, it was impossible for him to comprehend the true meaning within. Even if he had a deep foundation, he was still no match for the old ancestor. Level 6 Heaven Tao, Yellow Springs Sword Qi. So. Boundless sword Qi turned into ghosts that reaped his life, crazily devouring the evil lord's body and soul. No. The evil overlord had not expected Patriarch Yellow Spring's strength to improve so quickly. It had long surpassed his expectations. He had thought that he would be able to kill the Patriarch Yellow Spring to establish his dominance. But now, not only did he fail to do so, he was even in a dangerous situation now. Seeing this scene, the evil spirit army immediately fell into chaos. Their evil overlord could not even defeat the Patriarch of Hell. How powerful was Yi Chen now? The evil spirit army's morale was shaken by such a contrast. The ninth origin instantly realized this. Silence! The ninth origin roared coldly. Air currents swirled around it, and a vast evil energy filled the world. The pressure from Yi Chen instantly dissipated, and the ninth origin's psychic pressure descended upon the evil spirit army. Thus, The entire evil spirit army worshipped the ninth origin, not daring to move. Yi Chen did not care about any of this. He simply looked at the battlefield, where the Patriarch of Hell and the evil overlord were fighting. "Patriarch, we have faith in you. Kill him, Patriarch." This is the great Emperor's first battle after his return. "Patriarch, show some skill." The experts of the battle house were cheering for the Patriarch, hoping that he would end the battle quickly. Hearing the cheers of the experts, the Patriarch of Hell's fighting spirit soared. He also realized that the outcome of this battle was related to the dignity of the great Emperor, so he could not lose. "Patriarch Yellow Spring, you're rebelling. I'll make sure you die without a burial. Ha ha ha, evil overlord, I'll make you understand that your talent is trash. Die." Old ancestor Yellow Springs bloomed in his heart, completely using the heavenly Tao Heart Sutra left behind by the celestial arch. In the blink of an eye, the might of the Yellow Springs sword realm pressed down, causing the evil lord's divine ability domain to fall into a state of destruction. Impossible. The evil overlord saw that his blood-bug domain was being suppressed by the Yellow Springs sword realm and could not be used. He did not know that the person in front of him, who had not been a match for him before, was now so powerful. It didn't make sense, but it was the truth. Yellow Springs' sword technique, soul-locking sword. Just as the evil overlord was hesitating, the Patriarch attacked in anger. The life-reaping sword was infused with the heavenly Tao Heart cultivation method, and it instantly locked onto the evil overlord. The experts were shocked, and the evil spirits were shaken. "Evil overlord!" The heavenly evil lord roared. However, the evil overlord could not withstand the power of the Yellow Springs sword realm. His body exploded, and the life-reaping sword took his soul. Boom, boom, boom. Following that, the evil spirit exploded. An entire place turned into a place of silence. The Patriarch stood high in the sky, his sword chi threatening. The evil spirit cultivators were shocked. This kind of power was enough to intimidate them. Damn it! The heavenly evil lord wanted to sneak an attack on the Patriarch, but Yi Chen gave him a cold look. The heavenly evil lord felt as if his body had frozen, and he could not move. The evil spirits were completely shocked. They had never imagined that the Patriarch of Hell would kill the evil overlord before the ninth origin. They could not accept this result. "Ha ha ha, Yi Chen, it seems that you've helped your subordinates a lot." The ninth origin finally spoke. It looked at Yi Chen with a cold smile. The evil overlord's death did not seem to affect it at all. After all, as source rank evil spirit experts, their statuses were on a completely different level from these dominators. They were the most primitive existences among evil spirits, and all evil generals had to listen to their commands. In their eyes, these evil generals were no different from ordinary evil spirits. "Ninth origin, take your people and get out of the Yellow Springs battle palace. This is your only chance at survival." Yi Chen's voice was low, and his body emitted a powerful heavenly Tao light. All of the evil spirit energy, including the ninth origins, was destroyed. Yi Chen did not give the ninth origin any leeway. This was an order from the celestial emperor. "Ha ha ha, how bold, Yi Chen! But have you ever thought that in this world, only the evil spirits can infect others? Nothing can make them leave." "Is that so?" Chapter 2276. Yi Chen smiled coldly at the ninth origin's confidence, then pointed his sword to the sky and laughed. Rumble! Thunder roared from the highest heavens, and the sun and moon lost their light. Within the cosmos, the projection of the heavenly emperor stood proudly in the starry sky, like a pillar supporting the heavens. The heavenly emperor's light illuminated the world. The entire 3,000 feet of the netherworld was illuminated by the heavenly emperor's light. The evil spirit warriors who were illuminated all knelt on the ground and subconsciously worshipped Yi Chen. Such might once again shocked the evil spirit powerhouses. When they saw their subordinates worshipping Yi Chen, They felt like they were on the verge of collapse. If the ninth origin was enraged, they would be killed beyond a shadow of a doubt. This. The evil generals didn't know what to do. They were like ants on a hot pan, completely at a loss for what to do. Good. All hail the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor is invincible. The experts of the Netherworld Battle Mansion roared with the majesty of the Heavenly Emperor. Compared to the projection of the Heavenly Emperor, the ninth origin was completely suppressed. He found that he couldn't unleash his own energy. The projection of the Heavenly Emperor contained the ninth origin's heavenly Tao, which was something that the ninth origin's seventh origin couldn't stand up to. The ninth origin's expression turned vicious. But what could he do in the face of the heavenly Tao? The power of the heavenly Tao suppressed the entire battlefield. Almost all of the Dark Spirit warriors knelt on the ground. The morale of the Dark Spirit army was completely shattered, and it was impossible for them to face off against the Battle Mansion army. Ninth origin scram. At Yi Chen's command, the powerhouse's imposing aura directly suppressed the evil spirit army. The ninth origin's brows furrowed as he tried to assess Yi Chen's true strength. After all, if he really left like this, he would no longer have a foothold among the dark spirits. But if his life was in danger, he wouldn't die here. However, Yi Chen, who was far from being a match for him 100 years ago, had now reappeared. Yi Chen was so powerful that it gave him a sense of disbelief. He was thinking about how Yi Chen had mastered the 9 heavenly Tao. In the past 100 years, he had tried to cultivate such a powerful elemental force many times, but the most he could achieve was the 7 heavenly Tao. It was impossible for him to progress further. Scram! When the 9th origin didn't respond, Yi Chen flew into a rage. He unleashed the heavenly dragon roar, causing countless dark spirit warriors to explode. All the dark spirit warriors, and even most of the dark spirit warlords, were stunned. Yi Chen would definitely eliminate them without mercy. Exalted Ninth Essence, let's retreat. That's right, Lord Source will retreat with you. There's no time, Lord Source. All of the corrupt spirit experts bowed, hoping that the 9th origin would retreat. The Yellow Springs was a treasure trove that the 9th origin had managed for over 100 years, and was prepared to welcome the arrival of the 3 great origin sources. But now they were withdrawing because of a single profound immortal human. That was a huge loss of face. As a golden immortal of the bisexual race, was he really going to be defeated here? Yi Chen's eyes glinted coldly. The heavenly Tao's radiance instantly transformed into Slaughter, Qi, the roaming dragon sword, and the mystic sword appeared one after another. Boom, boom, boom. Sword Qi whistled, dragons roared, and the endless sky instantly turned dark. As the saying goes, ink stains the world. Such a majestic might intimidated the evil spirit army for the 3rd time. Countless combatants could not resist the mental corruption and worshipped Yi Chen. The main force of this worship was the evil general. The 9th origin was flabbergasted. It knew that its deterrence was completely useless. Yi Chen was simply too powerful. Yi Chen, remember what you've done today. I'll make you regret it. Scram! Yi Chen shouted one last time. Powerful sword Qi filled the sky, and the power of the mystic sword swept out. One sword strike from the evil spirit army, and 100,000 heads rolled to the ground. Hurry up and leave. The evil spirits panicked, and countless evil spirit generals led their troops away. The 9th origin also fled in panic. Instantly, countless combatants of the Battle Mansion cheered and worshipped Yi Chen again. Only the Celestial Emperor could accomplish such a shocking feat. After that, the Netherworld Battle Mansion opened a path to the Underworld realm. The Beast Emperor's bloodline and the Flying Feather Clan entered the world and joined Yi Chen's banner. The Netherworld Battle Mansion's grand formation was in perfect order, and they looked like they could dominate the 6 realms and achieve unparalleled accomplishments. The 9th origin arrived at the abyss of evil spirits. This was the passageway between the spirit realm and the evil spirit realm. It had taken the ninth origin 100 years to build this passageway in preparation for the arrival of the three great origin realms. Now, it had become a refuge for the evil spirit army. Your Excellency, ninth origin, the evil lord of the heavenly maw said. Just one of his subordinates was able to kill the evil, undying lord. It seems that the Netherworld Battle Mansion's strength has increased greatly. We can't fight them head-on. The evil lord of the heavenly maw said. Humph. A puny mystic immortal dares to threaten the origin realms? I won't let this matter rest. However, we need to hurry up and build the altar so that the three great origin realms can descend. The ninth origin looked toward the center of the abyss, where it had built the altar. Once the three great origin realms descended, Yi Qin would die. The netherworld, the void. A dark figure broke through the barrier of the void and entered. Duguan, or I'm here. The dark figure sped through the void like a formless light in the darkness, shocking everything and forcing the universe to submit. Mysterious nether divinity power swept out, transforming into a path of the nether divinity. Countless vortexes appeared in the void, blocking the path of the nether divinity. However, it was useless. Wherever the nether divinity went, nothing could stop it. The dark figure stood alone in the void. It was none other than the nether divinity who had been missing for 100 years. He had been searching for Dugafeng for 100 years now, but still hadn't found him. The agreement from 1,000 years ago was now right in front of him, but also so far away that he couldn't be found. The nether divinity's eyes glittered coldly, and his nether divinity power transformed into 8 vicious dragons that slashed out in all directions. The void was on the verge of shattering, and the powerful energy sliced through everything in its path. Countless floating mountains were shattered, and floating planets were reduced to dust. Don't tell me the heavens want to stop me? The nether divinity looked up into the boundless void, unable to restrain his rage. It was at this moment that a sharp beam of light shot into the eye of the nether divinity, vanishing like a shooting star. No, that's the Dugu sword spirit. The sword light entered the nether divinity's eyes, and his divine sense entered his heart. He was so shocked that he didn't even dare to blink as he sped along with the sword spirit. The spirit realm, the devil realm, the netherworld, the primordial immortal world, the devil martial world, and the nether divinity realm. The 6 realms were filled with chaos, and the evil spirits wreaked havoc everywhere. It was impossible to say how much chaos had arisen in the past 10,000 years. Yi Qin, the celestial emperor, had descended into the world for the sake of chaos. Chapter 2277. Under Yi Chen's leadership, the Netherworld Battle Mansion rapidly expanded its territory. It had already united the underworld and the spirit realm to create the 6-realm alliance. The leader was naturally the heavenly emperor Yi Chen. Subsequently, Yi Chen lectured at the Battle Mansion. The surrounding independent cultivators, rangers, and those with sufficient talent came to pay their respects and join the alliance as Yi Chen's disciples. Under Yi Chen's tutelage, these people's cultivation base soared and their cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds. The might of the Netherworld Battle Mansion temporarily suppressed the evil spirits, the demon martial world, and even the primordial immortal world, sitting at the top of the 6 realms. However, this was not Yi Chen's ultimate goal. He wanted to be the ruler of the 6 realms. Ancestral Lord Ghostlight, how's the investigation of the evil spirit abyss going? Reporting to the great emperor, the evil spirit abyss is filled with evil energy. A grand altar shadow has appeared. It feels like it's summoning something. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. He had an idea. The last time the evil spirit army was defeated, the 9th origin was naturally dissatisfied. It wanted to summon a powerhouse from the evil spirit world. It was just that Yi Chen did not know what it would summon this time. Ancestral Lord Ghostlight, continue monitoring. Report any news immediately. Yes, the Ancestral Lord Ghostlight flew away, Ancestral Lord Ghostlight, is there any movement from the demon martial world? Great Emperor, since the demon martial world failed, they haven't attacked the spirit realm. It might be related to the evil spirit invasion, but they'll definitely do something with the establishment of the Six Realm Alliance. Wu Shuang, what about the primordial immortal world? Master, the situation in the primordial immortal world is complicated, but they still sent disciples to investigate. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen stood up and laughed at the sky. Everything was within his expectations. His main opponent now was naturally the evil spirits. Only by completely eradicating the evil spirits in the spirit realm could he continue to conquer the demon martial world or the primordial immortal world. Only by establishing the Six Realm Alliance could he face an even greater crisis, the fight for universe supremacy. This trip to the ninth technique had made Yi Chen realize that the chaotic universe was not the only thing in this world. There was also the misty universe, the savage universe, the soaring clouds universe, the primordial universe, and so on. There were various powerful universes. Since Yi Chen had revealed himself this time and even seized the ninth heaven Dao, the people of the various universes would certainly pay attention to the chaotic universe. This was the inevitable beginning of the universe struggle. The Six Realm Alliance was just a small target for Yi Chen. He knew that time was of the essence. He had to solve the problem of his backyard before the universe war began. Otherwise, the human race would fall into the vortex of the universe war and be completely destroyed. The demon god temple of the demon martial world. 800 years ago, the Red Devils had a bad start and damaged our prestige. Lord Heavenly Devil, it's time for us to get back at them. A true demon lord's eyes shone with blood-red light, his battle intent surging. Sitting on the throne was a demonic heretic who was 30 feet tall. He was covered in black scales and had a horn on his head. He was the extraterrestrial demon, the Dark Emperor. The Emperor of Darkness let out a soft sigh. He clearly remembered the failure of the Qi Yin demon master previously. This was also the reason why the Red Demon Clan had all become lowly commoners and slaves. Thud, thud, thud. At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Demon Lord Hui stood up and narrowed his eyes. He looked ahead with a displeased expression. Who let him in? This is... The two guards were in a difficult position. Although the Red Demon Clan was lowly, as the son of the Qi Yin Demon Master, he still had a considerable status. Demon Lord Hui walked forward and sneered. Oh, so it's the son of the Qi Yin Demon Master, Explosive Demon Lord. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Suddenly, demonic energy erupted under Explosive Demon Lord's feet. The entire palace shook and even the ground beneath his feet cracked. It was clearly inappropriate for such behavior to occur in the demon god temple. D***eminent. Demon Lord Hui was furious. He waved his claws and charged toward Explosive Demon Lord. Clang! However, the claws stopped an inch away from the Demon Lord's eyes and could not go any further. You, Demon Lord, Hui felt greatly humiliated. He wanted to move again, but was stopped by the Emperor of Darkness. Stop! No one could disobey the Emperor's order. Both of them stopped at the same time and separated. Then, Explosive Demon Lord went forward and knelt on one knee. Explosive greets the Emperor of Darkness. Ha ha ha! For the past 100 years, I've heard that you forced yourself to cultivate inhumanely and your strength has improved by leaps and bounds. You can even defeat a demon master as a demon lord. I'm very surprised. Explosive Demon Lord, are you going to give me a surprise this time? Monarch Darkness smiled as he looked at Burst. His voice was low and deep, bringing with it an extremely strong spiritual pressure. However, Burst had long forgotten about life and death. His path of cultivation was unimaginably cruel. Hence, even when facing Monarch Darkness, he was still fearless. Meanwhile, the powerhouses at the side, including the demon masters, all looked fearful. Explosive requests to fight and bring back Yi Chen's head to wash away the shame of the Red Demon Clan. When the time comes, please remove the order of the lowly Red Demon Clan, Emperor of Darkness. Oh, ha ha ha. The Emperor of Darkness laughed out loud and stood up. He looked coldly at Explosive Demon Lord. Although the person before him was arrogant, it was to his liking. After all, the demon martial world had been silent for too long. He had long wanted to attack the spiritual realm. This time, Yi Chen had established the Six Realms Alliance. It was a good opportunity. However, no one had mentioned it until now. Now that Explosive Demon Lord had mentioned it, the Emperor of Darkness was naturally happy. Yi Chen has just returned from the Bodhi realm. I heard that his strength is invincible. He challenged a powerhouse in the universe as a mysterious immortal. Are you sure you can bring back his head? Oh, Emperor of Darkness, if I can't do it, then I'll use my head as a sacrifice to the shame of the Red Demon Clan. Ha ha! The Emperor of Darkness's eyes bulged. He was extremely excited. As expected, Explosive Demon Lord did not disappoint him. The person before him was the general he needed. Very well, I've given the order. Explosive will lead the army to attack the spiritual realm, eliminate the Heavenly Emperor Yi Chen, and unify the Six Realms. Yes. Explosive Demon Lord received the order. After he stood up, his eyes were burning with red flames. Finally, he had the chance to break the Red Demon Clan's curse. After leaving the Demon God Temple, Explosive Demon Lord brought the order and gathered the Demon Martial World's army of 3,001,000 warships and charged into the spiritual realm. At the same time, in the primordial immortal world, above the Linghuang Palace, many masters gathered. Linghuang sat on the throne, looking down at the people below. Everyone, the Heavenly Emperor Yi Chen has established the Six Realms Alliance. How should we deal with it? Linghuang asked. This brat is too arrogant. He was already a scourge 100 years ago. I didn't expect his ambition to be so much greater than before. He's really audacious. The first to rebuke was Sage Lung Yu. How could he accept being defeated by Yi Chen? Chapter 2278. Sensing the Venerable Lung Yu's anger, Ling Huang said with a smile, Venerable Lung Yu, the loss 100 years ago has made you hold a grudge. However, I heard that Yi Chen is different from before. He even obtained the Buddha Emperor's 9 Heaven Dao. Do you really think you're his match? This Sage Lung Yu was not an unwise person. Naturally, she understood that Yi Chen was extremely difficult to deal with back then. This time, after returning from 100 years of cultivation, even her subordinate, the Patriarch of Hell, could kill the evil supremacy. It was clear that Yi Chen's strength was extraordinary. What's the use of being a yes man? Ling Huang was a little displeased. He looked at the many spiritual masters below him who had no will to fight. He had not expected the primordial immortal empire to be reduced to such a state. Yi Chen wants to unify the 6 realms. It's very difficult for us to fight him alone this time. We can only work together. Enlightened Master Chong Su, what do you mean? Simple. Join forces with the demon martial world, or even the evil spirit world. All the experts revealed a look of astonishment. They didn't expect Master Chong Su to say such words. Was he asking them, the dignified light forces, to lower their heads to the dark forces? Many people shook their heads, but Ling Huang frowned slightly and seemed to be deep in thought. Obviously, to him, this might not be a bad idea. After all, the primordial immortal empire had fallen into a state of fragmentation after the turmoil 1,000 years ago. There are even powerful experts in seclusion, which gave him the opportunity to take over. If the primordial immortal empire was destroyed in his hands, he would not be able to answer to the powerful experts in seclusion. At that time, those experts from the ancient era would be angered. Even if he had 10 lives, he would still die without a burial ground. Master Ling Huang, this is just a temporary measure. We'll first unite MCMAU and the evil spirits, then try to communicate with the ancient powerhouses. With their support, after unifying the primordial immortal world, dealing with Yi Qin will be a piece of cake. Ha ha ha! Enlightened Master Chong Su has concealed himself well. Sure enough, his words are eloquent and shocking. Since the other powerhouses did not have any opinions, Ling Huang laughed and praised perfected Chong Su. The other perfected masters could only agree. Reverend Chong Su, I'll leave this matter to you. Reverend Fiery Dragon, Reverend Lei Yin, the two of you assist Reverend Chong Su. Yes. Both of them were shocked at the same time. They actually became perfected Chong Su's assistants. They felt that they had lost face and were slightly unhappy. However, when they saw Ling Huang's serious expression, they did not dare to say anything and could only agree. Enlightened Master Chong Su smiled coldly and revealed a proud expression. Finally, it was his turn to make a contribution. Yellow Springs Battle Mansion Meeting Hall. Everyone, we've all recuperated and gathered our strength. This emperor is going to conquer the evil spirits. Do you have any objections? Yi Qin looked at the powerhouses below. All of them were in high spirits. They were clearly full of fighting spirit and had been waiting for the big battle for a long time. Ha ha ha! Just one word from the great emperor, and we will follow you with our lives. Yes, the evil spirits are wreaking havoc in the world and throwing the 6 realms into chaos. Conquering the evil spirits is the heavenly Tao. Yes, your majesty. All the experts bowed and waited to attack. All right, everyone, follow me into battle. Yi Chen led the powerhouses out of the meeting hall and arrived at the plaza. The Golden Lotus Mothership had been completed. The underworld, the spirit realm, and the underworld god realm had all submitted to Yi Qin. Even the people of the devil world had sent an army to help. After all, the devil martial world had not made a move yet. The people of the devil world did not dare to disobey the heavenly emperor, so they had no choice but to go to war. The Golden Lotus Mothership set off, and the experts boarded the ship. There were hundreds of warships, destroyers, and thunder warships patrolling around, heading straight for the abyss of evil spirits. Such a grand scene immediately alerted the abyss of evil spirits. Lord Ninth Origin, a powerhouse, ran into the main hall, his face filled with shock. The Ninth Origin's eyebrows were cold. He had naturally sensed the appearance of the Heavenly Emperor's fleet. Lord Ninth Origin, Heavenly Emperor Yi Qin, is leading the Golden Lotus Mothership and hundreds of other warships to attack the abyss of evil spirits. That bastard really came. Give him an inch, and he wants a mile. The Ninth Origin roared in anger. But what could he do in the face of danger? Evil Lord Celestial Qi, do as I said. Don't worry, Lord Celestial Qi, the Celestial Qi, will accomplish the mission. Very well. Go. Yes, your majesty. The Celestial Qi bowed slightly, then walked toward the altar in the abyss of evil spirits. The remaining experts followed the Ninth Origin into battle. In the abyss of evil spirits, an enormous fleet appeared in the ninth heaven. Yi Qin stood on a tall tower, looking down at the entire abyss of evil spirits. The abyss of evil spirits was a paradise created for the abyss of evil spirits. The veins of the earth extended in all directions, and the place was filled with sinister energy. In the very center of the abyss of evil spirits, there was a powerful energy core that caught Yi Chen's attention. It seems the abyss of evil spirits really did have a backup plan. In that case, I'll wipe them all out before your scheme succeeds. Yi Chen's eyes were cold as he lifted his right hand. Instantly, the image of an ancient god appeared behind him, like a giant that covered the entire abyss of evil spirits. Ancient god rushing, thunder palm. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Instantly, the thunder god Dharma idol appeared, and boundless divine lightning converged on the ancient god's palm. Wind and clouds surged, and heaven and earth trembled. The enormous palm descended like a heavenly judgment. Down below, the entire abyss of evil spirits was completely surrounded by the palm. Impudent, just as the palm was about to descend, the ninth Origin's enormous palm appeared. Boom! The two palms collided in midair, and in an instant the entire area was filled with black lightning. Shock waves surged out in all directions, causing the surrounding mountains to crumble. Dust and sand filled the air as the evil spirits surged forth, and the ninth Origin appeared. Yi Chen, you're pushing your luck. You want to invade the abyss of evil spirits? You're digging your own grave. Ha ha ha. Evil spirit spawn. How dare you spout such arrogant words? In front of the heavens, you can only bow your head and die. Yi Chen laughed loudly, not giving the ninth Origin any chance to retaliate. His powerful palm energy surged again, and this time, with the ancient god might, the celestial nine skulls appeared. With the nine skulls, the power of the palm increased by 81 times. It was the crushing Mount Tai. Boom! Huh! Even the ninth Origin was shocked by the enormous palm. Compared to 100 years ago, Yi Chen's strength was on a completely different level. He was truly a god. 100 years was nothing to cultivators, and even more so to super powerhouses like them. But Yi Chen had relied on 100 years to not only reach the mystic immortal stage, but his foundation had even surpassed that of a heavenly immortal. This kind of growth was not something that ordinary people could accept. Origin energy. The ninth Origin could only unleash a special kind of evil power, which was the Origin energy. BZZT. BZZT. Instantly, streams of special evil power converged on the ninth Origin's body, causing it to rapidly transform, becoming bloated and enormous. Chapter 2279. The ninth Origin's power soared as it channeled its source energy. Finally, it sent out a powerful palm print to confront Yi Chen. The power of this palm strike was hundreds of times stronger than the previous one. The powerful energy impact swept across the entire area in an instant. All the experts retreated, but they were still affected by the impact. Countless dark spirit warriors were sent flying and vomited blood. On the Netherworld Battle Mansion side, the shockwave was blocked by the ancient god dragon. Chi, no one was hurt. Yi Chen, I'm here. Don't you dare. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Ninth Origin. How many of my palms can you block? Yi Chen frowned. Suddenly, Buddhist light shone brightly. The ninefold heavenly Tao appeared, and the Buddha Emperor's shadow shook the world. When the Buddha Emperor's shadow appeared, the dark spirit army was immediately suppressed. Every warrior was covered in Buddhist light and could not circulate their energy. It was as if they were chained, and it was extremely painful. The ninth Origin did not expect this. Were the dark spirit army not fish on the chopping block, waiting to be slaughtered by Yi Chen's allied army? The ninth Origin went crazy. How could it have predicted so many variables? Yi Chen's 100-year journey was so shocking, it had to admit that Yi Chen was not an ordinary person. Kill them! The source energy swept across the battlefield, covering every warrior. Suddenly, the Buddhist light's restriction weakened. This was the ninth Origin's last stand. Instead of waiting for death, it was better to die on the battlefield. Roar, roar, roar. Countless dark spirit warriors went crazy and charged toward the Battle Mansion army. Great Emperor, we'll have to charge now. The Dark Patriarch laughed. Go. Yes. With permission, the Dark Patriarch led the underworld army of 100,000 to charge. Behind them, the Dark Patriarch and Yi Wushuang each led 100,000 soldiers, waiting for Yi Chen's orders. Boom, boom, boom. The battlefield was filled with cannon fire. Countless warriors fought with their lives on the line. Blood flowed everywhere. The ninth Origin looked at the underworld warriors shrouded in Buddhist light. Their combat power was far above the dark spirit warriors. He thought, I can only wait for a miracle. Evil Lord of Tianqi, don't let me down. At this moment, the evil Lord of Tianqi used his source energy to open the altar. Evil light shot into the sky, opening a door to a world. It was the dark spirit world. Mima, 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 evil Lord Tianqi kept chanting the spell, hoping to communicate with the 8th, 7th, and 6th sources. However, there was no response, which made him anxious. Hurry up, hurry up! Cold sweat trickled down the Tianqi evil Lord's forehead, and his heart trembled. He could already sense that the evil spirit army was in grave danger. They were no match for the Netherworld army at all. Kill! In fact, the Patriarch of Hell and Yi Wushuang each led 100,000 troops to charge from both sides. The evil spirit army was instantly thrown into chaos, and countless people were killed. The scene was already irreversible. Evil spirit corpses piled up like a mountain. Still not conceding 9th origin, Yi Qin shouted coldly, Ha ha ha! You want the source to admit defeat? Yi Chen, dream on! Since that's the case, then disappear from the spiritual realm forever! Yi Chen tossed out the immortal slaying, flying saber. Thousands of saber gleams appeared and charged toward the evil spirit army. So. Wherever the saber light passed, blood flowed like a river. Countless evil spirit warriors were beheaded. The million-strong evil spirit army was unable to resist the allied army of 300,000 because of Yi Chen's support. The night shift was in danger. The 9th origin once again released its source energy, trying to buy time. Yi Chen observed for a long time and naturally realized that the 9th origin's plan was to use the altar to summon reinforcements. Patriarch Wushuang, hold on. I'll destroy the evil spirit, alter myself. Yes, the Patriarch of Hell and Yi Wushuang flew toward the 9th origin. With the support of Yi Chen's 9 levels of heavenly Tao, their strength had increased greatly. They still had the foundation of a heavenly immortal. As long as they delayed the 9th origin, Yi Chen could easily destroy the altar. Don't even think about it. The 9th origin wanted to stop Yi Chen, but it was the Patriarch of Hell and Yi Wushuang. Underworld sword, Heavenly Emperor sword. Their swords slashed out, and the sword array was activated. 2 sword realms blocked the 9th origin. Kill. The 9th origin was burning with anxiety. It did not care about anything else and used its ultimate killing move. However, the Heavenly Emperor sword had been upgraded by Yi Chen many times and was still a supreme grade heavenly weapon. Yi Wushuang's strength was naturally superior, so he did not fear the 9th origin at all. Heavenly Emperor sword, heaven and earth slash. The Heavenly Emperor sword cut through heaven and earth, causing the universe to rumble. Boom, boom, boom. A majestic barrier of sword energy appeared in front of the 9th origin. All the peaks, valleys, and complicated terrain were cut off by the blade. You all deserve to die. The 9th origin was enraged. It activated its source true body and multiplied its power. However, Yi Wushuang and the Patriarch of Hell activated their ultimate forms at the same time and would not back down. At this moment, Yi Chen passed through the battlefield and walked toward the altar in the evil spirit abyss. Mima, 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 the celestial Qi Lord was still chanting incantations, hoping that the 3 sources would respond as soon as possible. However, there was no response, which made his mood even worse. What's going on? What happened in the evil spirit world? Celestial Qi Lord! Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind. The celestial Qi Lord's back was drenched in cold sweat as if he had heard the voice of hell. Yi Chen! The celestial Qi Lord turned around and looked at Yi Chen in horror. Celestial Qi Lord, how have you been? I didn't think that you'd finally obtained everything in the Bodhi realm. However, don't even think of stopping my summoning ceremony today. Is that so? Yi Chen's eyes were cold. His entire body exploded, and the space around him exploded rapidly. This explosive energy wave kept rushing toward the altar, but stopped 10 meters away from it. The celestial Qi Lord spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Uft! It was the celestial Qi Lord himself who blocked Yi Chen's explosion. Yi Chen, I didn't think that your strength has risen to such a terrifying level. You're not what you used to be. Ha ha ha. Just as Yi Chen was feeling puzzled, the evil lord of the heavenly malevolence suddenly released his own blood and sprinkled it on the altar. Following that, a beam of red light shot up into the sky and rushed into the evil spirit realm. Following that, a vast amount of evil energy surged out and forged a passage. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes when he saw the passage. He sensed a power that far surpassed the ninth origin descending along the passage. Ha ha ha, Yi Chen, the three sources have come. You'll all die a horrible death. As he spoke, the celestial Qi Lord sacrificed himself and poured all his energy into the passage. Chapter 2280. Yi Chen's eyes turned cold as he watched the Tianqi Evil Lord's blood splatter on the altar. If the Tianqi Evil Lord opened the evil spirit channel, the consequences would be unimaginable. Gliding dragon sword, celestial sword. Yi Chen released both swords and rushed toward the altar. Then he held the dragon quell spear and faced the altar. Thunder God Avatar, 9 refinements, divine spear. Yi Chen created a new martial art by developing the Thunder God Avatar and strengthening the Celestial 9 accumulations. The Dragon Quell Spear was surrounded by 9 dragons. It was the Celestial 9 accumulations. With the Thunder Dragon Sovereign and the Thunder God Avatar, its power increased immeasurably. Kill! Yi Chen wanted to break the altar in front of him and completely end the summoning ceremony. Clang, clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, Lei Longqiang flashed with electricity and collided with the altar. However, to Yi Chen's surprise, the spear did not break the altar. It did not even cause much damage. Both sides were in a stalemate in midair. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The lightning kept trying to break through the altar's protective evil energy, but the evil energy under the celestial Qi Evil Lord's sacrifice began to rise, and the speed at which it rose was getting faster and faster. This made Yi Chen realize how serious the problem was. It was very likely that someone in the evil spirit realm was still responding to this energy, and that the person who responded was even stronger than the ninth origin. This was definitely not a good sign. Netherworld, finger of destruction. Yi Chen did not want to give up. Netherworld, finger of destruction. The god of the underworld showed his might. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The dark blood energy turned into a beam of light and shot toward the altar. Rumble. This time, with the divine power, the finger of destruction could break through the altar's protective layer, but the damage was instantly healed. Clearly, the situation was heading in the direction of collapse. Ha ha ha. Then, waves of laughter came from the 9 heavens. It came from the direction of the evil spirit world. The Tianqi Evil Lord's blood and energy were all absorbed by the altar. The response grew stronger and stronger. Yi Chen understood that it was not one person responding. There were at least 3. He still did not know that it was the 9th origin summoning the 8th, 7th, and 6th origin. As the power of the response gradually increased, Yi Chen could even feel the pressure. 3 powerful dark powers were gathering and gradually affecting the space where Yi Chen was. Z. The dark energy turned into sharp swords and kept attacking Yi Chen. Yi Chen's eyes focused as he punched. It was the Dragon Fang Fist. Roar! The dragon roared and the fist ray broke through the 3 lights. Yi Chen knew he did not have much time left. Dragon Fang Fist. 9 dragons split the heavens. With the most powerful form of the Dragon Fang Fist combined with the heaven's spirit 9 skanda, Yi Chen swore to break the altar before him and stop the three sources from descending. Roar! Countless dragon roars shook the space. 9 dragon-shaped powers wrapped around the altar. Even the Tianqi evil lord could not defend against the invincible dragon Qi. Finally, cracks appeared on the altar. Z. The 3 waves of evil energy above the 9 heavens wanted to stop Yi Chen's destruction. But the swimming dragon sword, the celestial sword, and the dual spirit manifestation fought against the 3 waves of evil energy. The power of the heavenly soldiers supported each other, cooperating seamlessly, blocking for a moment. Destroy! Yi Chen roared. The power of the 9 dragons devoured the altar in front of him. Countless cracks appeared and the altar collapsed. Success seemed to be at hand. On the battlefield outside, the 9th Origin's power was growing stronger. Yi Chen realized that the Patriarch and Wu Shuang might not be able to stop it for long. Once the 9th Origin broke free, the Battle Mansion army would be in grave danger. Kacha! The altar continued to collapse. Yi Chen added more fuel to the fire. The Heavenly Emperor's sword slashed, and finally, the entire altar collapsed. The surrounding mountains were destroyed. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere. Yi Chen put away the swimming dragon sword. The celestial sword and the Heavenly Emperor's sword floated behind him. Then he gripped the dragon-quelling spear and looked sharply at the 9 heavens. No. Suddenly, Yi Chen's eyes flashed with surprise. Then, 3 waves of evil energy descended from the sky. Even a heavenly immortal would die instantly. Regretless dragon! Seeing that his life was at stake, Yi Chen did not hesitate to attack with the dragon restraining spear. Boom, boom, boom. Above the 9 heavens, the 3 waves of evil energy intertwined with the dragon quelling spear. The shattered energy was out of control and spread in all directions. Who knew how many mountains were destroyed and the ground was scorched? There was no life left. Ha! A mere mystic immortal can resist 3 of our killing rays. Extraordinary! When did the human race have such a genius? What a pleasant surprise! Still, you can't escape death when fighting against evil spirits. It was the 6th, 7th, and 8th Origin. Bastard! Yi Chen looked like a heavenly emperor. It was all for naught. With the arrival of the 3 Origin, the wind blew and clouds churned. Evil energy covered the sky. Yi Chen felt like he could not control his body and was about to be devoured by the evil energy. But the Heavenly Emperor was not one to be trifled with. Heaven-flipping seal. Yi Chen sent out a powerful palm print. Instantly, the 9 heavens resonated and the world trembled. The grand palm print instantly locked onto the 3 Origin. Oh! The 8th Origin smiled faintly and punched out. The majestic fist radiance carried boundless evil energy and instantly broke the heaven-flipping seal. However, the heaven-flipping seal had its own secret. In the instant that the palm print was broken, the 9 heavenly Tao came crashing down. Clang! The fist radiance filled the sky. The 8th Origin could not help but sigh in amazement. This kid's casual attack has such great pressure. It's unbelievable. Just as the 3 Origin were re-evaluating Yi Chen, he disappeared without a trace. The fact that he was able to leave so easily before the 3 of them shocked the 3 sources greatly. On the battlefield outside, the 9th Origin broke through Yi Wushuang and the Patriarch of Hell and tried to enter the abyss of evil spirits. Suddenly he stopped in his tracks. This made Yi Wushuang and the Patriarch of Hell tremble. They stared at the enemy in front of them, wanting to know what the 9th Origin had sensed and whether the great Emperor had succeeded. Ha! The 9th Origin suddenly laughed. Evil Lord Tianqi didn't let us down. He's a pillar of the evil spirits. What? Hearing this, the Patriarch and Wu Shuang were both shocked. The experts of the battle house were shocked. Had the great Emperor failed? At that moment, a figure rushed out of the abyss of evil spirits. It was Yi Qin. The great emperor, the experts, all came to greet him. The ninth origin was confused when it saw Yi Qin rush out of the abyss of evil spirits. If the three origin had really come, how could Yi Qin have escaped alive? At that moment, the evil energy in the abyss of evil spirits surged, sweeping out for thousands of miles. Three powerful, invincible forces surged out. Chapter 2281. Everyone looked in the direction of the dark spirit's abyss. Three waves of evil energy surged out, staring at them like three evil dragons. The air around them stagnated. The battle house powerhouses felt their lives in danger. Chills ran down their spines. It was not because their willpower was weak, but because of the pressure from the three waves of evil energy, which made them lose control of their bodies. Unless it was an unparalleled ancestor-level powerhouse, no one could resist such pressure. Many of the battle house powerhouses were even trembling. They gritted their teeth and tried to stop themselves, but they could not control their bodies. Still, they would not surrender. In their hearts, there was only one king, and that was the heavenly emperor, Yi Qin. Great emperor! The patriarch of hell stepped forward and looked at Yi Qin with a grave expression. The situation has changed. I can even sense powerful forces approaching from other directions. They're coming with ill intentions. What? The patriarch of hell was even more shocked when he heard Yi Qin's words. Were they going to be surrounded? But who would take the initiative to come to the dark spirit's territory? At this moment, the celestial chi in the sky covered the earth. A powerful force rushed toward the battle house powerhouses, forming a pincer attack with the evil energy, making it difficult for them to advance or retreat. This situation had completely turned the tide of the battle. Now, the human race was in a dangerous situation. Yi Qin had not expected such a situation, but his mind was sharp. He immediately realized that the Six-Realm Alliance was too famous, and his actions were too brazen. Therefore, it was very possible that the primordial immortal world, the demon martial world, and the dark spirit world had joined forces. Now, it was very likely that the primordial immortal world had taken the initiative to join forces with the dark spirit world against the Six-Realm Alliance. Ha ha ha! Laughter rang out in the sky. The patriarch of hell immediately sensed the source of the laughter. It was Lung Yu. It's Lung Yu, the patriarch of hell said, coldly looking at the sky. Yi Qin, you didn't expect this, did you? Lung Yu, I didn't expect you to forget your previous failure. Yi Qin, don't be arrogant. I'm here to help the dark spirit world and destroy your netherworld battle house. The battle house powerhouses were shocked. At the same time, the ninth evil spirit smiled. He turned to look at the sixth, seventh, and eighth origins that had walked out of the dark spirit abyss. Guys, Venerable Lingyu is a powerhouse from the primordial immortal world. She's here to help us kill Yi Qin. What do you think? Now that the three great essences had come, it meant that the ninth essence was no longer the overlord, and therefore needed to seek their opinion. Oh, a look of interest appeared on the sixth origin's face. He had never imagined that the three great origin sources would immediately encounter such a strange situation. After all, the primordial immortal empire and the evil spirits had never worked together before. Since we're friends, then of course we're phantoms, the seventh origin said. Exactly, the eighth origin chimed in. With that, the ninth origin turned to look at Reverend Cold Moon and the other primordial immortal world experts. Reverend Cold Moon, the Six Realms Alliance is too ambitious. They want to unify the six realms on their own. Now is the time for us to join forces and defeat them. Although Taoist Master Lung Yu knew very well that the ninth origin's words were just for show and didn't have any real meaning, he still had to give a definite response. That was the reason why he had come here. That's right, the ninth essence. That's exactly why I'm here. Let's join forces and get rid of these arrogant fools and maintain the stability of the six realms. All right, In an instant, a pincer attack was formed. The battle mansion's warriors were in danger. Defend. Yes. The Heavenly Emperor's command was obeyed. Countless combatants began to activate the formation that Yi Chen had taught them. To be able to become a powerhouse of the battle mansion, they naturally had their own basic strength. That was why they could activate the formation. Ha ha ha! What's the point of the formation? Yi Chen, you'll die today. Reverend Cold Moon was eager to make a contribution, so she personally took action. Light of the Cold Moon. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A crescent moon appeared in the sky. Following that, a boundless, icy aura pressed down. When the defensive formation came into contact with this icy aura, it instantly froze. The laws within were corroded by the cold moon, unable to continue. Just one move had caused a flaw in the defensive formation. Reverend Cold Moon smiled coldly and signaled Reverend Thundercloud and Reverend Fire Dragon to attack. Kill. Reverend Thundercloud soared to the sky. Thunderclouds covered the sky, shaking the earth. Reverend Fire Dragon unleashed his flaming palm without limit, turning the ground below into a sea of flames. Yi Chen was furious. When the Heavenly Emperor was angry, blood would flow. Golden Lotus Mothership. Yi Chen summoned the Golden Lotus Mothership. In an instant, all the combatants boarded the ship. Subsequently, hundreds of warships approached the Golden Lotus Mothership. Subsequently, the combatants on each warship released their energy, forming a connection with the Golden Lotus Mothership. Following that, these warships leaned on the halo of the Golden Lotus Mothership, forming a community of energy. In this way, the Golden Lotus Mothership controlled all the surrounding warships, while Yi Chen commanded the overall situation. Primordial Immortal World, you'll regret today's decision. Yi Chen's brows tightened. His eyes emitted a cold gleam. The swimming dragon sword and the celestial sword flew out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword energy swept across 90,000 miles. The dragon's roar shook the universe. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, two heavenly soldiers were unstoppable. They charged straight at Reverend Fire Dragon and Reverend Thundercloud. Feeling the unstoppable might of the heavenly soldiers, the two reverends were dumbfounded. Reverend Thundercloud, in particular, could not resist the swimming dragon sword of the primordial universe and was instantly defeated. However, the sword was merciless. It would not give him a chance to escape. Once he provoked Yi Chen, this was inevitable. Roar! The dragon roared, the sword gleamed flew, and the meteor shone. Soul Chaser! No. Reverend Thundercloud wanted to use the power of thunder and lightning in his body to resist, but the swimming dragon sword was enraged. The sword broke through the power of thunder and lightning and killed Reverend Thundercloud in the air. With a scream, Reverend Thundercloud was beheaded. On the other side, the celestial sword dyed the world with ink. The surrounding space quickly entered the control of the celestial sword realm. The celestial sword of the Feiyun universe evolved rapidly. Although Reverend Fire Dragon was an almighty in the primordial immortal world, he had never seen such a divine weapon. He was dumbfounded and did not know how to deal with it. 3,000 fire dragon soldiers. He had no choice but to release his life artifact, the 3,000 fire dragon soldiers. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The fire dragon soldiers appeared and frantically devoured the light of the celestial sword before them. However, they did not expect that this was the beginning of the nightmare. After the fire dragon soldiers devoured the inky sword energy, their bodies were dyed black. They were chaotic and lost their target. Reverend Fire Dragon was shocked. He did not expect his life artifact to be completely restricted by the celestial sword. Chapter 2282. The profound sword flew and split into 3 shadows. The fire dragon sage used his fiery eyes but still could not identify the true body of the profound sword because all three were the true body. Unrivaled fire dragon. The fire dragon sage unleashed boundless immortal energy from his fiery palm, hoping to counter Yi Chen's profound sword. However, he had underestimated the power of the profound sword. The Flying Cloud Universe's sword technique was far above the immortal energy and instantly locked onto the fire dragon sage. Swoosh! Swish! The sword gleamed and a head fell. The fire dragon sage had been killed. Huh. This level of killing shocked everyone present. At the same time, it completely intimidated the immortal spirit army. One must know that they were prepared to kill all of them in one fell swoop this time. However, Yi Chen only relied on two heavenly weapons to easily kill Sage, Lei Yun, and Sage Fire Dragon. Both of them were peak mystic immortals, but it was useless. Yi Chen's strength after returning was not something they could predict. Leng Yu, it's your turn. Yi Chen suddenly turned around and looked at the Leng Yu. The murderous intent in his eyes swept over, causing the Leng Yu to tremble and not dare to move. The Leng Yu sage was truly frightened. He had wanted to show off his skills in this battle and gain merit. He did not expect Yi Chen's strength to be close to a heavenly immortal. How could he deal with such power? Cold Moon 13 Swords. He had no choice but to use his most powerful ability, the 13 Swords, at Yi Chen. Useless. However, Yi Chen did not care at all. He raised the Dragon Quell spear in his hand, and the Thunder Dragon's sovereign's shadow flashed. Boom, boom, boom. The only thing that could be seen was the dissipation of sword energy and the birth of a true dragon. The Leng Yu sage fell into extreme panic. He immediately shouted at the four sources, "Dear Source Lords, what are you waiting for?" Oh, the ninth source looked at the other three sources. They had no intention of waiting. They knew very well that they had absolute confidence in killing Yi Chen. Therefore, they just wanted to see the primordial immortal world's army die here. Yi Chen was not the only one who thought of the six-realm struggle. The evil spirits were the first force to propose it. Their ambition was no less than Yi Chen's. Therefore, watching the members of the other forces fall was what they wanted to see the most. You bunch of bastards. You are actually so shameless. What happened to the alliance? Taoist Leng Yu shouted loudly. Ha ha ha. You can't blame us for this. Taoist Master Cold Moon. After all, you were the ones who came up with the idea. Now that you don't have what it takes, don't blame us for watching from the sidelines. Damn it, bastard evil spirit. Taoist Master Leng Yu tried to steal a chicken, but ended up losing the rice used to lure it. She had now fallen into a desperate situation. I've said it before. Targeting my Netherworld battle residents is the most unwise choice the primordial immortal empire has made. Yi Chen died. The Leng Yu sage was in complete despair. She could not care less anymore. She held the Leng Yu sword in her hand and swore to kill Yi Chen. However, his actions would only lead to his death. Yi Chen tossed the dragon restraining spear. There was no need for him to do anything at all. The thunder dragon, Su Ying, was there. The dragon restraining spear activated the 9 accumulation's power, instantly multiplying its power. It was a one-hit kill. Dragon slash. Ah. The Leng Yu sage screamed as she was reduced to dust by the dragon restraining spear's lightning. Ah. Yi Chen's strength had conquered the immortal spirit army present. They could not imagine that a mystic immortal could do this. Even the Leng Yu sage, who was close to becoming a sky immortal, could be killed on the spot. They were nothing but cannon fodder. All of the primordial immortal empire army knelt and begged for mercy. They wanted to submit to Yi Chen. Take them all, Taoist Lord. Great Emperor, these people are fence-sitters. Don't put them in important positions. The Great Emperor said, I have my ways. Yes. The Great Emperor quickly mobilized the battle residents' army and took in the remaining immortal spirit army. What do you think of the four great sources? Yi Qin turned to look at the four great sources. In less than a moment, Yi Chen had taken care of them. Ha ha ha, very good, very good. The sixth origin applauded. After all, it was as if he had used Yi Chen to eradicate the primordial immortal empire's vanguard army. The so-called alliance was nothing but child's play. It could be destroyed at any time or rebuilt at any time. Yi Chen, you've only taken out a few small fries. You still don't understand the situation. The seventh origin also walked out, followed by the eighth and ninth origin. In an instant, the power of the four great sources was overwhelming, suppressing the battle residents' powerhouses. Previously, the battle residents' powerhouses had thought that Yi Chen could easily slaughter the primordial immortal empire army, giving them an invincible aura. However, when faced with the four Roundheads, their aura was instantly extinguished. This meant that the difference in strength between the two sides was fundamental. Naturally, Yi Chen understood this. The battle residents' powerhouses could not withstand a single blow from the four great sources. He would definitely be held back by one or two of the four great sources. This was not the situation he wanted to see. Patriarch Yellowspring, Dalian, and everyone else retreat. Carry out the order. Yes, yes. The great emperor nodded slightly. Yi Wushuang, the great emperor, and the others began to turn the Golden Lotus mothership around and retreat. Do you think it's that easy to retreat? The ninth origin smiled sinisterly. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Now was the time for slaughter. How could he let the battle residents' powerhouses leave? Yi Chen, kiddo, let me deal with you. The one who was targeting Yi Chen was the eighth origin. Thump, thump, thump. The eighth origin was a powerful being the size of a small mountain, clad in stone armor. Stone horns protruded from his head, making him look like a primordial demon, insufferably arrogant. You'll regret your choice. Ha! Eat my fist, arrogant brat. The eighth origin punched out like a dragon emerging from the sea, a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains. It did not care about any defense, only about killing. Dragonfang fist, 6 dragons opened the way. Yi Chen's brows were cold as he faced the eighth origin's unyielding punch. The power of the 9 dragons gathered again, and 6 dragons shot out. This was a head-on clash, a clash of strength. Rumble. In the sky, the 6 dragons coiled around the eighth origin's massive fist. Then, with a shocking explosion, the power of both sides transformed into shockwaves that spread out in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding space exploded one after another, shocking everyone present. He blocked it. The eighth origin was enraged, but he found it unbelievable. His power was peerless, but his opponent was able to exchange blows with him. Such a thing did not exist in the eighth origin's worldview. Don't underestimate your opponent, eighth brother, the sixth origin warned. He could sense the majestic might of the heavenly Tao coming from Yi Chen. Chapter 2283. Ha 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 die. The eighth origin went berserk again, its fist radiance boundless as it attacked Yi Chen. Idiot! Yi Chen was furious. Blood, dragon battle tattoos appeared all over his body. These were the pure battle inscriptions formed by fusing with the ancient god body and the 9 heavenly Tao. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Then the battle tattoos flashed with blood-red lightning, multiplying its power. Next, the ancient god apparition behind him fused with the power of his body. Waves of energy burned like flames. With every step Yi Chen took, the ancient god apparition moved, suppressing the eighth origin. Die. Yi Chen stomped the ground, and the ancient god apparition soared into the sky, suppressing the eighth origin with its giant fist. Rumble. The ancient god fist radiance with blood, dragon battle tattoos, and blood-red lightning descended, suppressing the eighth origin. Hearing the sound of mountains shattering, The ancient god Fist Radiance continued to suppress the eighth origin. It was hard to imagine that the eighth origin would be the first to be subdued. The evil spirit army was shocked. Yi Qin could suppress the eighth origin all by himself. What kind of power was that? He was just a mystic immortal. Who would believe that he could suppress the eighth origin? But the truth was right in front of them. They had to believe it. This kid is godly. The eighth origin is a heavenly demon. How could it be suppressed? This is unbelievable. The morale of the evil spirit army was shaken because of Yi Qin. Of course, Yi Qin was suppressing the eighth origin not to fight to the death, but to cover the retreat of the battle house. The Golden Lotus Mothership turned around and led hundreds of warships back to the battle house. Yi Qin alone held the pass. Clang, clang, clang. The ancient god Fist Radiance continued to suppress the eighth origin. The eighth origin knelt on one knee, sweating profusely. Ha ha ha. Suddenly the eighth origin laughed eerily, sending chills down everyone's spines. The origin is from the evil spirit world. I didn't expect it to be suppressed by a kid like you. What a joke. Ha! Eighth origin, it's your fate to lose to me. What's there to lament about? Is that so? All of a sudden, a black aura erupted out of the eighth source, which swirled around him as he grew taller and taller. Soon he was a wretched giant, with 4 arms growing out of his back. He was now a 6-armed giant. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, 6 arms shot out and evil energy exploded. The ancient god's shadow was pushed back. Such a powerful force shocked Yi Qin, but he had achieved his goal. Seeing that the Golden Lotus Mothership had left the main battlefield, Yi Qin began to prepare to retreat. Dragon Taming Spear. Descent of the Thunder God. Yi Qin knew that it would not be easy to leave. He activated the Thunder God Dharma form, and the 9 skandhas appeared. The Dragon Clamp Spear fused with the Thunder God's power and evolved the Thunder Dragon Descent. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Boundless divine lightning destroyed everything in its path. No matter who the opponent was, they would not be able to escape from the Thunder Dragon heavenly punishment. The 6-armed giant used the power of its 6 arms to shatter the divine lightning in front of it. However, the divine lightning was limitless, and the lightning dragon was its core. It circled in the sky and released the power of lightning without any signs of exhaustion. At this point, the 7th origin sighed, then pointed out with a finger. Instantly, a dark beam of light shot toward the core of the Thunder Dragon, which then exploded and vanished without a trace. However, when the experts looked up into the sky, they saw that Yi Qin was nowhere to be seen. Although the 4 sources were present, they could not stop Yi Qin from leaving. Damn it! The 9th origin roared angrily, but what could it do? If the 8th origin's 6-armed giant could not stop Yi Qin, what could it do? After leaving the evil spirit abyss, Yi Qin quickly returned to the Golden Lotus Mothership, and everyone returned to the Netherworld Battle Palace. Yi Qin quickly set up 18 formations around the Battle Palace to defend against enemy sneak attacks. Primordial Immortal World, Linghuang Palace. Master Linghuang, Sage Lingyu, Sage Fiery Dragon, and Sage Lei Yin have all died in the evil spirit abyss. What? Did Xia Ling refuse to cooperate and even attack us? Linghuang asked in disbelief. That's not the case. They all died at the hands of Yi Qin and the Netherworld Patriarch. How did this happen? Yi Qin led the 6 Realms Alliance to invade the evil spirit abyss. Who would have thought that the 3 sources of the evil spirit abyss would come? Together with the 9th origin, they were invincible. However, they saw Sage Lingyu and the others die at Yi Qin's hands and did not take us seriously at all. Damn it! Linghuang was furious. The sky changed color. Indeed, the evil spirits were like jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards. He turned to look at the map of the 6 realms. The demon martial world was the only force that he could cooperate with now. The situation was critical. Sage Gongsu, what's the situation in the demon martial world? The demon martial world has explosive demon lord leading 1,000 warships to the spiritual realm. I've already contacted them. Explosive demon lord hopes to cooperate. Very well. I want to see explosive demon lord personally. Arrange it immediately. Yes. Sage Gongsu nodded slightly and hurried out of the palace. Above the spiritual realm, on a peak, demonic energy was in chaos. A grand space-time tunnel appeared and a grand fleet walked out. It was the demon martial world's army, led by explosive demon lord. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, a stream of light flashed. Following that, Sage Gongsu appeared. How have you been, explosive demon lord? Sage Gongsu. At this moment, it was explosive demon lord who stood on the central warship. Sage Gongsu flew to the warship and faced explosive demon lord. I've received Ling Huang's order to cooperate before, and I want to implement it. It seems like Ling Huang Palace can't hold it in anymore. Or are you unable to resist the invasion of the Six Realms Alliance with your own strength? Explosive demon lord, you're thinking too much. The strength of the primordial immortal realm is unquestionable. The cooperation with the demon martial world is just for our mutual benefit. Trying to hide it? The experts from the primordial immortal realm are not coming out. Moreover, you've lost too many wise masters. Your strength is not what it used to be. If you want to cooperate with the demon martial world, show us some sincerity. Sage Gongsu was puzzled. What explosive demon lord said clearly had a deeper meaning. Pay 100,000 supreme grade celestial stones to the demon army immediately and hand over 1,000 cultivation manuals and weapons from the primordial immortal realm. What? Sage Gongsu narrowed his eyes and looked at the demon army coldly. However, the demon army only responded with a cold smile. Obviously, they did not care about his attitude. This meant that the demon martial world had grasped their weakness and they needed the help of the demon martial world. Explosive demon lord smiled and looked forward. He had no intention of giving in. The powerful demon generals behind him pressured Sage Gongsu at the same time and released their killing intent. Explosive demon lord, is this the attitude of cooperation? Sage Gongsu, this is the attitude of the demon martial world. If you don't want to cooperate, get lost. You. Chapter 2284. Explosive demon monarch's unyielding attitude caused Reverend Chongshu's heart to tremble. He knew that it was impossible for him to obtain the cooperation of the world of demon martial arts without paying a price. Explosive demon king, don't worry. I'll contact Ling Huang now. If he gives his permission, it'll be fine. Faster. With this, the demon lord left the front of the warship and returned to his throne to wait. Perfected Master Chong Su quickly went to a corner and conversed with Ling Huang. ZZZ. He released a seal. Celestial energy surrounded him, and a spiritual figure appeared. Void Pierce, how's the situation now? Reporting to Master Ling Huang, this is what happened. Perfected Master Chong Su told Ling Huang about the treatment he had received, and Ling Huang was enraged. These demons dare to treat our primordial immortal empire like this. They really don't respect us. Master Ling Huang, explosive demon monarch, seems to be very familiar with our situation. This means that he has access to information. We don't have enough bargaining chips now. Hearing the words of the true master, Ling Huang's expression darkened. The current situation in the primordial immortal empire was undoubtedly the most severe. Many experts were in seclusion, and many were scattered outside. There were few that could be of use. If he could not find allies now, he had no chance of winning against the Netherworld Battle House. Say yes. Yes. Perfected Chong Su returned to the explosive Demon King and said, Lord Demon King, Ling Huang has agreed. We will deliver the treasures to you immediately. However, please destroy the Netherworld Battle Mansion as soon as possible. The primordial immortal empire will send an army to assist you. Ha ha ha. The exploding demon lord laughed out loud. 1,000 years ago, the primordial immortal empire had been arrogant and invincible. But now, they were like the slaves of a subjugated country. He was a little surprised by this. Although he had received a lot of information, he did not expect the Ling Huang of this generation to be so useless. They had no will to resist at all. That was good. Although eliminating the Netherworld battle residents was the main goal, the exploding demon lord still had a plan to eliminate the primordial immortal empire in his mind. Very good. Let's head to the Yellow Springs Battle Palace immediately. Yes. The devil's ship quickly changed its direction, but Reverend Rush Su only shook his head. At the Netherworld Battle Mansion, Yi Chen had just returned from the abyss of evil spirits. He sat alone on the throne, contemplating his next move. Suddenly, he sensed the appearance of a powerful demonic energy. It was so vast that it even surpassed the entire demon world. Such a grand demonic energy would definitely trigger something extraordinary. Wu Shuang, immediately follow the people from the devil world and see what they are doing. Yes. Yi Chen informed Yi Wu Shuang through telepathy, asking him to follow the devil realm leader who had come to help earlier. In the resting area of the devils in the battle house, the leader of the module had indeed sensed the aura of the experts from the world of devil and martial arts. Soon he became agitated. Yi Wu Shuang observed secretly. He saw him leave the resting area quickly and charge into the dark. Yi Wu Shuang followed him. Very soon he saw the man release something that looked like an altar. Subsequently, the face of a demon martial world general appeared on the altar. How's the situation in the Yellow Springs Battle Mansion? The man asked. Reporting to the demonic envoy, the Netherworld Battle Mansion has just returned from the expedition to the abyss of evil spirits. This is the situation of the operation. The Devil World's leader explained the situation of Spiritual Master Lin Yu and the others joining forces with the abyss of evil spirits. He then explained the current deployment of the Netherworld Battle Mansion. Hoof! If that's the case, the Primordial Immortal Empire wants to have a foot in both boats. However, they don't know that the Devil Martial Empire is the strongest. Continue to monitor the Netherworld Battle Mansion's movements. If there's any news, report it immediately. Yes. The leader put away the altar and charged toward the back. Yi Wu Shuang's eyes turned slightly cold. As Yi Chen had expected, there was a spy in the camp. However, Yi Chen also told him that there was no need to break through directly. Instead, he would beat them at their own game and lure the demon martial world's army into a death formation. He quickly told this information to Yi Chen. The latter set up a formation on the path that the demon martial world's army had to pass through. Subsequently, the Patriarch of Hell, the Patriarch of Hades, and the rest informed the powerhouses of the battle house to prepare for battle. Yi Chen stood on the mountain behind the Netherworld Battle Mansion. This peak was the Heaven Dao Peak that Yi Chen had reconstructed. On the peak, Yi Chen's gaze was 10,000 miles away. He instantly locked onto the explosive demon army's battleship. Subsequently, Yi Chen transformed and charged in all directions at high speed. On the demonic warship, the explosive demon lord soon received the Primordial Immortal Empire's tributes. These boosted his confidence. As expected, the Primordial Immortal Empire immediately surrendered as soon as he made a move. This was something that even the Scarlet-Eyed Demon Lord could not do. Now he was going to wash away the Red Demon Clan's humiliation and let the Red Demon Clan rise again in the Devil Martial world. Yi Chen, we're working together from the inside this time. I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Chen could still see the energy form of the explosive demon lord on the opposite peak. It was a majestic crimson orc. It was the manifestation of the explosive demon lord's true form. Explosive demon lord, what awaits you is the burial ground that I've arranged for you. Yi Chen's figure moved instantly and flew to the crucial battlefield. Then he tossed out the 8 gates disc. Immediately, the 8 gates opened and the disc spun rapidly. Countless heavenly Tao imprints appeared on the ground and quickly sank into it. Various runes and inscriptions were continuously carved on it. Following that, Yi Chen tossed out the most powerful formation artifact, the Buddha Emperor's sacred tablet. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The Buddha Emperor's sacred tablet emitted countless rays of white light. Following that, it disappeared into the clouds. It was the core of the entire formation. Rumble. In the distant sky, the wind and clouds surged. Demonic energy surged into the sky. It was the arrival of 1,000 demonic warships. Yi Chen's clones led various teams and set up ambushes in various parts of the Heaven Path mountain range. As long as Yi Chen could sense them, these clones would immediately move and lead the powerhouses to attack. On the demonic warship, the explosive demon lord's cold eyes locked onto the surrounding mountains and rivers. Why is it so quiet? Although he did not have much experience in leading an army into battle, as the son of the Qi Yen demon lord, he had received too much experience. He could tell that something was strange. Send a team to check the path ahead. Yes, a warship flew toward the Netherworld battle mansion. Seeing that the battleship had entered the ambush range, Yi Chen did not give any orders. Behind the battleship, countless Pandora demon energy surged like thousands of soldiers and horses. However, Yi Chen's Buddha Emperor's eye could see everything clearly. Trying to trick me with such a trick? What a joke! Yi Chen stood alone on the Heaven Path peak. He closed his eyes and focused, waiting for the best opportunity. Seeing that the warship ahead was fine and that he even received a message from the Devil Realm leader, the explosive demon lord was confident that they would win this time. Charge! Yes. Rumble. The huge fleet rushed into the Heaven Path Peaks formation. Just in time, Yi Chen suddenly opened his eyes and the killing ray bloomed. Chapter 2285. Boom, boom, boom. As the demon martial world's army passed through the passageway below the heavenly Tao Peak, the formation was activated. Boundless energy exploded the space, and hundreds of battleships were instantly destroyed. What? Seeing the battleships around the mothership exploding one after another, the exploding demon monarch was enraged. He swung the dual maces in his hands toward the sky, and demonic flames soared into the sky. You dare to play tricks in front of this demon king? I'll make sure you die without a complete corpse. The exploding demon king leaped into the air and swung his maces. Instantly, countless demonic flame wolves charged in all directions, searching for the formation eye. Brat, don't be arrogant. At this moment, an angry shout was heard as the Netherworld old ancestor appeared. The patriarch was surrounded by the Netherworld aura, and the Netherworld energy soared into the sky. Up in the sky, the Netherworld energy took on all sorts of forms, forcefully suppressing the demonic flame of the exploding demon monarch. However, very soon, the demonic flame of the exploding demon monarch caused the Netherworld energy to be unable to hold on any longer. Insignificant tricks. How dare you show off in front of this demon king? Who are you? I won't kill a nobody. I am the Netherworld old ancestor, the Netherworld king's teacher. Who are you all? Remember the person who killed you. My name is Explosive Demon Monarch, the son of the Qi Yen Demon Master. Hearing this, the Netherworld ancestor laughed again and again. This made the demon monarch furious. He asked, "What are you laughing at?" Very simple. Old ancestor Yu Ming continued. The Qi Yen demonic lord was defeated by the great emperor. I didn't expect his son to come back and defeat him. What a joke. As soon as these words came out, heaven and earth shook. The top of the exploding demon monarch's head was ablaze with demonic flames soaring into the sky. Countless demonic flames transformed into a ferocious demonic wolf that was about to devour the arrogant man before him. Old thing, today The demon king will grind your bones to dust." The demonic monarch's rage shook the heavens. He brandished his truncheons, and a massive demonic wolf charged at the Netherworld old ancestor. Netherworld secret technique, Netherworld realm. Naturally, the Nether Patriarch would not just sit and wait for his death. According to Yi Chen's plan, he would use the Netherworld's highest secret technique to summon the Netherworld. In front of him, the majestic gate to the Nether realm was opened. Countless Nether energy burst out from it, transforming into various forms and attacking the exploding demon monarch. Countless resentful spirits entangled the demon wolf, causing it to fall into a bitter battle. Kill! With the demon monarch's order, countless warships began to fire their magic cannons. ZZZ! Countless rays of demonic energy shot towards the Netherworld old ancestor. The Netherworld realm released all kinds of Netherworld creatures to block the rays of demonic energy. However, there were too many battleships. Very soon, the Netherworld realm was unable to resist and fell into a state of collapse. At the same time, Yi Wushuang and the Patriarch of Hell took action. Underworld soared. The old ancestor roared as the yellow springs soared. Tempest gushed forth, transforming into the form of a tornado that locked onto the demon wolves before him. Next, the yellow springs soared. Chi revolved, causing the demon wolves to howl madly. However, it was useless. Under the power of the yellow springs laws, they were all destroyed. However, the enemy's hundreds of battleships unleashed magical energy rays at the same time, instantly sweeping through the entire area, putting the Grand Elder and the others in danger. At that moment, Yi Chen activated the seal. The powerful formation that had been set up in the Heavenly Path mountain range was activated. ZZZ! The phantoms of the 8 gates divine plates appeared, like a sky covering, enveloping a radius of 1,000 miles. Yi Chen, the explosive demon lord, roared when he saw the formation. He knew that only Yi Chen could set up such a grand formation. Explosive demon lord, are you going to follow in your father's footsteps? Yi Chen sent a voice transmission from 1,000 miles away and charged into the demon army. Ha ha ha, Yi Chen, you brat, how dare you say that? Back then, my father was tricked by you. Now I'm going to avenge him. Come out and die. How stupid! His cold voice soared into the sky. 6 dragons paved the way while the golden eagle spread its wings. It turned out that throughout the 100 years that Yi Chen had been cultivating and ascending, he had never forgotten about his little friend, Xiao Jin. Now that Xiao Jin had been nourished by Yi Chen's ancient god body, it had ascended and transformed into the great golden-winged rock. Screech! The great rock let out a roar. A hurricane swept across the sky. In an instant, hundreds of demonic battleships were overturned in the sky. Encountering such a terrifying hurricane, the demon army's morale was in chaos. Calm down. The explosive demon lord glared at him furiously. The surrounding demon army dared not move. At this moment, the great golden-winged rock was already hovering in the sky. Yi Chen looked down at the demon army below. He was surrounded by the Netherworld Patriarch, the Abyssal Patriarch, and Yi Wushuang, giving explosive demon lord immense pressure. Now, it was not explosive demon lord who wanted to invade the Netherworld Battle Palace. Instead, it was the Netherworld Battle Palace who wanted to eliminate the demons before them. Explosive demon lord, surrender now. You want me to surrender? Don't even think about it. Explosive demon lord activated the power of his dual truncheons and released a powerful demonic flame again. It burned the entire sky, wanting to kill the great golden-winged rock and Yi Chen in one blow. Phew! However, he did not expect the great golden-winged rock to open its mouth directly. In an instant, all the demonic flames were absorbed into its body. The space inside the great golden-winged rock was the ancient god space. Xiao Jin had been cultivating in the ancient god space all this while. In the end, it turned into a golden egg and was reborn in the fire as the great golden-winged rock. Now, Yi Chen's ancient god space was connected to Shao Jin's law. As long as Shao Jin absorbed something into its mouth, it could enter the ancient god space with Yi Chen's permission. Impossible. Seeing his demonic flames surging wildly and entering Shao Jin's body, Explosive Demon Lord was incomparably shocked. He did not expect that in 100 years, although he had relied on his genius ability to ascend and even surpass the Qi Yen Demon Lord, compared to Yi Chen's encounter in the past 100 years, it was like comparing a fluorescent light to a bright moon. There was no comparison at all. Kill him. Explosive Demon Lord had lost his mind. He issued an order, and all the demonic warships began to fire demonic rays toward Yi Chen. He wanted to use the energy density to completely destroy everything before him. However, this was all within Yi Chen's expectations. 8 Gates Divine Disc. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The 8 Gates Divine Disc appeared again. Immediately, the 8 gates opened and the devouring sky appeared before Yi Chen. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Like the giant mouth of an ancient demonic beast. The entire sky devoured all energy before it. It was the shadow of the Nether God. This time, no matter how hard the explosive Demon Lord tried to calm the army, he could not hide the trembling emotions of the world of magic and martial arts combatants. The super-destructive light wave that was condensed from hundreds of demonic warships had been forcefully devoured by Yi Chen. What else could kill him? Impossible. This thought quickly spread among the demon army cultivators. Yi Chen was invincible. No one could defeat him. Clang! Explosive Demon Lord knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with despair. Initially, he wanted to change the fate of the Red Demon tribe with this expedition. However, he did not expect that not only would he fail to achieve his goal, but he would also die here. If such an army was completely annihilated, even if he did not die, he would be punished by 1,000 cuts when he returned to the world of magic and martial arts. Chapter 2286. Just as the demon army was in a desperate situation, there was a loud explosion in the sky. Following that, the majestic evil spirit army descended. Ha ha ha, Yi Chen, you didn't expect this, did you? The person standing in front was the 8th origin of the evil spirits. He had been suppressed by Yi Chen last time. This time, he wanted to regain his dignity. On the mothership behind him were the 6th, 7th, and 9th origin. The 4 origin had taken the initiative to counterattack. The aggressive nature of the evil spirits was still very strong. Their target was the entire spiritual realm. Now, the biggest enemy in their way was naturally Yi Chen's 6-realm alliance. Great Emperor, the evil spirits have all come out this time. What should we do? The Patriarch of Hell asked. Yi Chen looked at the scene before him. It was not a problem to use the formation to deal with the Demon Lord, but it was impossible against the 4 origin. Seeing the evil spirits coming, the Demon Lord suddenly stood up. He saw a glimmer of hope. I'm the son of the Qi Yen Demon Lord. My father once worked with the evil spirits to deal with Yi Chen. Now, the demon martial world hopes to attack the 6-realm alliance with the origin lords. We don't need any land. We just need Yi Chen's death. Oh, the son of the Qi Yen Demon Lord? The 9th origin stood up and looked at the Demon Lord with interest. Then it nodded slightly at the 6th and 7th origin. Ha! Since you're the son of an old friend of the demon martial world, we agree. Thank you, Origin Lord. The Demon Lord turned around and sneered at Yi Chen as if mocking him for reaping what he sowed. Ha ha ha! To think that the son of the independent Qi Yen Demon Lord would recognize a thief as his father. What a joke! Yi Chen, don't talk nonsense. I'll kill you. To alleviate the awkward atmosphere, the Demon Lord flew up and attacked Yi Chen. Hiss, hiss, hiss. However, before he could attack, the ground under his feet suddenly lit up. The formation had been activated again. The 8 gates disc had locked onto the Demon Lord. As the formation rotated, countless chains rushed out from the ground. It was the Buddha ice shackle. Mima, Mima, Mima! The Buddha Emperor's secret incantation was activated. The Buddha's ice shackles instantly entangled the exploding demon lord. Following that, the golden Buddhist words kept floating and flashing around him. The exploding demon lord felt weak all over his body as if he had lost all his power. This phenomenon made his heart tremble. He was the leader of the entire demon army. How embarrassing it was to be completely suppressed by Yi Qin in such a situation. Ha ha ha! The eighth origin roared with laughter, causing exploding devil lord to feel extremely humiliated. The explosive demon lord was captured by Yi Qin so easily. What an eye-opener! This. Although eruption demon lord was furious, he didn't dare to curse the eighth source. After all, this concerned the safety of hundreds of thousands of red devil warriors. Lord Devil King! The red demon warriors were very worried about the exploding demon lord and wanted to attack. However, the exploding demon lord knew very well that once they attacked, they would be trapped by Yi Chen's Buddha's ice shackles. It would be futile. Don't move! He shouted at the red devil army. Yes. The powerhouses retreated, not daring to move. The exploding demon lord tried to break out of the Buddha's ice shackles several times, but he failed every time. Within the Buddha's ice shackles, his demonic energy was naturally purified and rendered useless. The Buddha Emperor demon exorcism formation was so powerful that even the heavenly demons could not resist it. Lord Origin, I'm your ally. Aren't you going to save me? Ha! Saving you isn't a problem. As long as you declare your loyalty to the evil spirit world, you and your army will all be saved, the eighth origin said. What? The exploding demon lord's eyes widened and his face contorted. He didn't expect the eighth origin to be so vicious as to demand his loyalty. If he did that, he would lose all face in the demon martial world. It would be a fate worse than death. However, if he didn't do as the eighth origin asked, the entire red devil army might die here. What should he do? His emotions were in turmoil. The exploding demon lord was in great pain, and the red devil army was in the same state. Seeing the eighth origin and the red devil army fighting, Yi Qin quickly activated his mental cultivation method to strengthen the formation in Heaven Dao Peak. Then he opened the passage to the netherworld. He wanted to move the netherworld battle mansion's army into the netherworld. After all, this place was too small and could easily become a target for the four origin forces. Feather Emperor, bring the army into the netherworld with the Beast King. Yes. The Feather Emperor contacted the Beast King and led the netherworld army into the netherworld. Exploding demon lord, I don't have that much patience. The eighth origin sensed the Yi Chen army's movements and quickly shouted at the exploding demon lord. I agree. I, the exploding demon lord, swear my loyalty to the eighth origin. Ha ha ha. The evil spirit army laughed maniacally. They did not expect the exploding demon lord to swear his loyalty to the evil spirits. In an instant, countless mockery and disdain were directed at the exploding demon lord and the red devil army. Such an action hurt them greatly and they lowered their heads. However, they knew that the exploding demon lord was only doing this to protect their lives. Yi Qin, what do you think now? The demon lords of the demon martial world are kneeling before us. What are you waiting for? Submit to the evil spirits like him. You might even get a good job under the origin force. The eighth origin, a defeated opponent, dares to speak so boldly? I'd like to meet someone as shameless as you. Hearing this, the eighth origin and the exploding demon lord were enraged and glared at Yi Qin. Kill. The eighth origin punched with the origin energy. Its target was not Yi Qin, but exploding demon lord. Rumble. The origin energy surged and poured into the formation. Following that, cracks appeared on the Buddha's ice shackles. The exploding demon lord began to activate the red devil energy in an attempt to break free. The Buddha's eye shackles formation was greatly impacted by the attacks from the inside and the outside. Yi Qin knew that the formation could not be maintained for long. He did not want to waste any more time. Let's perish together, idiots. All of a sudden, the four sources were shocked at the same time. They felt a huge force exploding. They looked down at the ground and heard a loud explosion. Following that, the Buddha Emperor's sacred tablet rose up slowly. All the energy in the surrounding space gathered towards the saint tablet. Following that, it turned into a huge ball of light that attacked the space around it. At this moment, Yi Chen and the other combatants had already flown to the Heavenly Blade Peak on the Golden Lotus Mothership. The vast heavenly Tao energy protected them from the Buddha Emperor Sage tablet's attack. Boom, boom, boom. The ground around them exploded. The might of the Buddha Emperor shocked the world. Hundreds of thousands of the demon martial world and the evil spirit army were destroyed. In an instant, blood flowed like a river. Screams of agony could not be avoided. Chapter 2287. Yi Qinyu. The eighth origin was instantly enraged and reappeared in its six-armed form, instantly shattering the Buddha eye shackles and freeing the exploding devil monarch. Damn it! The explosive demon lord was enraged. He unleashed all his might and charged toward Yi Qin. Exploding thousand hands bullet! Behind the demon sovereign, a gigantic demon soldier appeared. It was in the shape of a wheel, and there were 10 pipes on top of it, which contained boundless demonic energy. All of the pipes spewed out demonic meatballs, which bombarded the area within 500 kilometers. Boom, boom, boom. All the explosive thousand-hand grenades flew toward Yi Qin. This level of power was enough to kill a heavenly immortal in an instant. Emperor! The Patriarch of Hell and the rest at the back revealed worried expressions. However, Yi Chen signaled them not to come over, as if such a trick was useless against him. Explosive demon monarch, I'll show you the difference between you and me. Faced with the explosive thousand-hand bullet, Yi Chen hovered in the air and stood in front of the Golden Lotus Mothership with his hands behind his back. He seemed like he was going to take the attack head-on. Not only was he going to take the attack head-on, but he did not have any defensive measures at all. He's courting death. The demon monarch's thousand-hand burst grenades can instantly kill a human heaven immortal. He wants to use his body to withstand the demon monarch's thousand-hand grenades? This person is crazy. Ha ha ha, let Yi Qin die here. This is the demon lord's revenge for the hundreds of thousands of red demon warriors. Countless red demon warriors roared. They were waiting to see Qin explode and die. They were waiting to see Yi Chen's blood splatter across the 9 heavens as a sacrifice for the heroic souls of their fallen warriors. But how could they know that? How could the might of a heavenly emperor tolerate blasphemy? 9 dragons, Zhen Qi, protective astral wind, roar. However, a dragon's roar was heard along with the roar of 9 dragons. Immediately, the 9 dragons circled around Yi Qin and protected him. Meanwhile, the night demon armor appeared on Yi Chen's body. After devouring many divine weapons, the night demon armor had ascended and activated its deeper functions. Night demon battle armor, how do you feel? Master, let me teach these idiots a lesson this time. All right. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed as he looked forward. He did not have any defensive measures. He only relied on the night demon armor and the 9 dragons' qi to defend himself. Perhaps this was not just defense. On the night demon armor, a new heavenly Tao epigraph appeared. It was formed by the 108 heavenly Tao marks. Yi Qin wanted to give the red demons a surprise. Boom, boom, boom. Countless thousand-hand grenades broke through any defense and attacked Yi Qin in a frenzy. Roar! At this moment, the night demon battle armor roared furiously like a ferocious beast. Then, the night demon battle armor transformed into a huge silhouette. All of the 1,000-hand grenades landed on the Knight Demon battle armor. What is that? The Red Demon race was shocked because they saw that on the Knight Demon battle armor there were countless wriggling dark matter, and the 1,000-hand bombs had all sunk into the dark matter, not even having the chance to explode. It was the evolution of the darkness origin. The dark matter continued to squirm as countless 1,000-hand grenades embedded themselves within it. Then, a huge demonic figure that looked like Xingtian appeared on the Knight Demon battle armor. Ha ha ha, are you guys ready now? Prepare for what? Explosive Demon Monarch asked. Prepare to die. Ah. Before the shocked gazes of the experts from the world of demon and martial arts, the dark matter surged rapidly. Next, the energy of the 9 dragons was infused into the dark matter, as though it was being recharged. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As the energy of the 9 dragons was fully charged, the elasticity of the dark matter reached an extreme state. All of them turned into slingshots, and on these slingshots were the 1,000-hand grenades. Ah! Now, the Red Hair Tribe army completely understood that Yi Chen was using the others in their own way technique. How powerful was the 1,000-hand grenade! Now, the destructive power was completely used on them. No, Explosive Demon Monarch let out a roar of despair. Was the Red Demon army going to be destroyed by his own ultimate technique? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the bulge exploded, and the dark slingshots were all activated. Countless 1,000-hand grenades were reflected towards the Red Demon army. They were so fast that no one could escape the bombardment of the 1,000-hand grenades. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, there were endless explosions. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and demonic energy wreaked havoc. The Red Demon army was reduced to less than 10%. Kacha, kacha, kacha! Blood splattered, bones shattered, and corpses piled up like a mountain. Explosive Demon Monarch roared and cursed like a madman, flying toward the Red Demon army. He still did not care about the 1,000-hand grenades. He only wanted to be with his warriors. However, it was useless. His warriors had already fallen. Demon Monarch, a powerhouse from the demon martial world, was just about to reach out his hand when the 1,000-hand grenade exploded. Ah! Explosive Demon Monarch went crazy. This was equivalent to him personally destroying the Red Demon army. Explosive Demon Monarch, evil spirit Gu Xuanji targeted me. Do you know that there's no chance of survival under the wrath of heaven? Yi Chen said coldly. The explosive demon lord did not even have the courage to attack Yi Chen anymore. Everything that he saw was his own vicious attack. What right did he have to fight Yi Chen? Trash! Seeing Explosive Demon Monarch's negative attitude, the 8th source shouted angrily, then looked at Yi Chen coldly. The evil spirit Gu Xuanji had also suffered heavy losses from the 1,000-hand grenades. Yi Chen, why aren't you running? How confident are you? The 8th source asked. Ha ha ha, I don't need any confidence. Against me. On the other hand, you're prepared to die. You're too arrogant. Everyone stay back. Otherwise, don't blame the 8th source for turning on you. The 8th source's dignity in martial arts was being challenged. Without hesitation, he walked forward and announced to the crowd. Everyone knew his personality, so they all backed away, not daring to come forward. Now, Yi Chen, do you dare to stay and fight to the death with me? 8th origin, it will be too late to regret your choice. Cut the crap. Do you dare? The 8th origin knew that if Yi Chen wanted to leave, no one would be able to stop him. Tower Foundation wanted to have a real, bloody battle with Yi Chen here. Why not? Yi Chen quickly sent out a message, telling the Patriarch of Hell to quickly retreat into the underworld with everyone else. The Patriarch of Hell and the others wanted to stay and help Yi Chen, but Yi Chen's order was too strong, so they could only leave. The Golden Lotus Mothership was powerful, so it disappeared in the blink of an eye. The evil spirit army did not move because the eighth source's words were too domineering. If anyone moved, they would be making an enemy out of the eighth source, which they could not afford to do. Very well, you're a man after all. However, I'll show you my true strength. I only used 30% of my power in the last battle. Is that so? Eighth source, before you close your eyes, I hope you let me have my fun. Chapter 2288. The eighth origin was betting everything on this battle, vowing to prove its dignity as a source rank combatant. The sixth, seventh, and ninth origin stepped forward with serious expressions on their faces. No matter who their opponent was, anyone who received such treatment from the eighth origin could not be underestimated. They had to give them face, otherwise it would be blasphemy against the eighth origin. The evil spirit army pressed forward, cheering on the eighth origin in a magnificent display of power. At this moment, the eighth origin's entire body was emanating a terrifying evil energy, and a majestic shadow flickered behind it, stirring up the winds and clouds. The ground around it trembled, the rivers flowed in reverse, the oceans roared, and beasts rampaged. Kacha! 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 Suddenly, barbs grew out of the eighth origin's body. They were as hard as steel and glowed with an evil light. His body was as large as a mountain. This was the origin mutation. Ha ha ha! The eighth origin mutation. It looks like he's really taking Yi Qin seriously this time. That's right. The power of the origin mutation can increase one's strength by 100-fold. There's no way Yi Qin is a match for the eighth origin. With the support of the origin mutation, the gap between their cultivation bases has become an insurmountable chasm. That's why Yi Qin will definitely lose. The three great origins evaluated the eighth origin's current strength, which far surpassed Yi Qin's. Seeing this, the exploding demon monarch's heart was filled with sorrow. As expected, he was at a disadvantage against Yi Qin, and in front of the evil energy, he was not even worth mentioning. The same thing was happening in the magic martial army. Many combatants and warriors lowered their heads and sighed. They had no status here, not even comparable to Yi Qin. At the very least, Yi Qin was treated seriously by the eighth origin and had unleashed the power of the origin mutation. As for them, they could only kneel on the ground and wait to be dealt with. Phew! Yi Qin let out a long sigh as he faced the eighth origin's origin anomaly. Streams of ancient divine energy began to swirl around his body as Yi Qin's 8 extraordinary meridian channels began to fill up. Yi Qin's physical strength began to rise. Ha ha ha! At this moment, the eighth origin laughed heartily and charged toward Yi Qin. Thump! 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 With every step he took, the earth trembled violently. Countless cracks appeared on the path he took. Following that, rocks shattered and energy poured out in torrents. The power of the impact was unparalleled. Mutation rushing punch, rend. Boom! A huge fist light appeared in front of him. It was like a black heavenly pillar, like a black flood dragon, like the water of the entire ocean rushing towards him. It was unstoppable. Even a celestial immortal would tremble at the sight of such a terrifying power. Dragon Chi Shield, 9 Skandha's Blessing. Hoo, hoo, hoo. Suddenly, Yi Qin raised both of his arms high. 9 dragons roared in unison, and the image of the dragons converged above his head. A coiling dragon energy shield appeared above his head. With the support of the 9 Skandhas, Yi Qin's power was 81 times stronger. ZZZ, the dragon aura shield took shape in an instant. The dragon aura vortex took the form of a coiling dragon and collided with the mutated rushing fist. At that moment, the dark light rushed in all directions. In that moment, there was only the light of the impact and the explosion. No one could see clearly who had the upper hand. All the experts unconsciously retreated. Their protective energy shields were shattered one by one. It was as if the world was being recreated, and the sun and moon gathered again. Boom, boom, boom. Then the wilderness within a radius of 100 miles shattered. It was unknown how many fell energy warriors and demon warriors use attack were. Howls of pain could be heard as the three sources unleashed their power, retreating 150 kilometers with the Dark Spirit Legion. Seeing this, the exploding demon monarch flew into the air and unleashed his ultimate power. The enormous mothership began to move, carrying the rest of the Red Devil Legion away. In the face of danger, the Dark Spirit Legion had decisively abandoned the Red Devil Legion, which exploding demon monarch couldn't take to heart. Working with them really was suicidal. However, he had no choice but to wait for reinforcements from the demon martial world. In the central arena, the scene of the battle reappeared. Everyone could see two enormous figures, locked in a stalemate. On one side was the six-armed mutant of the eighth origin, and on the other side was an equally enormous primordial demon ape. Roar! The demon ape let out an earth-shattering roar as astral winds swirled around it, transforming into blades that slashed at the eighth origin. Crack, crack, crack. Soon, the barbs on the eighth origin were unable to withstand the astral winds and began to fall off. The eighth origin was furious. The barbs on its body grew even more, and then they began to glow with an evil light. The evil light converged into a divine ability of slaughter, which shot toward the primordial demon ape. You're dead. The eighth origin used all 6 of its arms to control the primordial demon ape's body, essentially trapping it in place and giving it no way to escape. The evil power of slaughter gradually took shape, transforming into a sure-kill divine ability. You're looking down on me. The primordial demon ape growled, then opened its mouth and roared like a heavenly dragon. Heavenly dragons roar, roar. The primordial demon ape's mouth unleashed an infinitely powerful wave of energy. All of the power it had absorbed from the ancient god space was finally unleashed. Boom, boom, boom. The heavenly dragon's roar left a series of shock waves and explosions in its wake. Then, the evil light of slaughter was shattered by the heavenly dragon's roar. What? The eighth origin was shocked. Its sure-kill attack had been blocked by Yi Qin. Just how strong was this person? He was still fighting Yi Qin at the level of a heavenly immortal, and yet he still couldn't kill him. Could it be that Yi Qin was even stronger than a heavenly immortal? Good. Very good. Ha ha ha. The eighth origin laughed heartily as all of the energy in its body began to converge toward its mouth. If he were to use the same move against Yi Qin, he would use his super powerful foundation to crush Yi Qin. Bzzzzzzz. Countless streams of energy converged into a glowing sphere of evil power, which then took shape in the eighth origin's mouth. In the center of the sphere of light, destructive evil electricity could be seen, which rapidly grew. At first glance, it was as if one had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Such explosive power didn't require any divine abilities or secret magics to support it. This was the true power of a powerful expert. Ha ha ha, the seventh origin said confidently. Yi Qin's dead this time. With the power of 6 arms locked onto him, there's no way he can escape. If it's a battle of foundation, the eighth origin won't lose. The ninth origin said with a cold laugh. Yi Qin's going to be played to death by the eighth origin. As for the ecstasy demon monarch, he was feeling very conflicted. Originally, he had planned to defeat Yi Qin, but now, Yi Qin was going to be killed by the eighth origin. The result would be the same, but the meaning would be completely different. Chapter 2289. Yi Qin smiled coldly in the face of the eighth origin's ultimate battle of foundation. The demonic ape's sharp teeth rattled like stars in the night sky. Then the corners of his mouth curled up and his eyes shone with a bloody light as he began to gather energy in his mouth. You're not running? The eighth origin said to Yi Qin through evil voice transmission. Hee, you want to compete with me in terms of foundation? I'll grant you your wish and let you die in peace. The demonic ape laughed coldly. The combination of its deep voice and its strange smile caused the eighth Origin's heart to tremble. He was wondering what Yi Qin had that would allow him to compete with him in terms of foundation. The eighth Origin was a source dark spirit powerhouse, comparable to a half-step golden immortal in terms of human strength. Yi Qin, on the other hand, was just a puny mystic immortal. There was no way Yi Qin could defeat him in terms of foundation. But where did Yi Qin's absolute confidence come from? So what if he had divine power? With such a huge gap between their cultivation bases, any kind of power was useless. Yi Qin, don't even think about bluffing. If you want to die, then I'll grant you your wish. The eighth Origin knew that it could not hesitate in the face of the evil spirits and the army of demon and martial arts. Otherwise, it would lose face. Eighth Origin, kill him! Lord Eighth Origin, kill him! Countless dark spirit combatants and warriors began to yell. They wanted to see Yi Qin crushed in front of their eyes. This was the majesty of an evil spirit. The exploding demon monarch's eyes were cold. Although he did not want the credit to go to the eighth Origin, he still hoped to see Yi Qin die in front of him. That way, he could use the Psyche victory technique to avenge his father. He was extremely disappointed with his performance. He had lost his dignity in this battle. All he wanted was Yi Qin to die. He did not care about anything else. Arg! The eighth Origin roared and gathered all the energy in its body into its mouth. At this moment, its mouth was like an unstoppable volcano. Roar! The primordial demon ape unleashed its power at the same time. Under the connection of the ancient god space, boundless energy gathered in the giant ape's mouth like an unstoppable wave. The power of both sides began to erupt. This was a battle of life and death that could not be reversed. On the Golden Lotus mothership, far above the void, the patriarch of hell, Yi Wushuang, the patriarch of the underworld, and the others were all worried about Yi Qin's situation. They could sense Yi Qin's situation through the heavenly Tao pagoda on the Golden Lotus mothership. At this moment, the heavenly Tao pagoda was incomparably bright. It was evident that Yi Qin's battle had reached a critical juncture. Everyone knew that Yi Qin was serious. For the great emperor to release such a powerful force, it can be seen that this battle is a battle of life and death. This, after all, the four major sources had descended at the same time. This situation was extremely disadvantageous, even for Yi Qin. Initially, they had thought that as long as they left the evil spirit abyss, with Yi Qin's strength, it would be very natural for him to leave. However, the information given by the Heavenly Law Pagoda was clearly wrong. On the battlefield, the primordial demonic ape, the source of the anomaly, both sides began to gather their power. This was a battle of life and death that no one would restrict. Source mutation, berserk torrent, kill. The eighth Origin was the first to attack, unleashing a torrent of wretched power that would destroy anything and everything in its path. 8 heavenly dragons' music. 8 sounds converge. Boom, boom, boom. On Yi Qin's side, boundless energy converged, and the 8 heavenly dragons' music was unleashed at the same time. Heaven and earth resonated, and the sun and moon were peerless. BZZT, BZZT, BZZT. Both sides' power clashed, and in the center of their collision, a massive ball of light appeared. This was the core of the battle, the explosion of energy. Both sides' power continuously destroyed each other and then exploded. The ground around them floated up into the air, and rocks flew everywhere. The surrounding space had entered a state of weightlessness. The experts were shocked. They had thought that Yi Qin was dead for sure, and they had wanted to see his body smashed to pieces and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. However, what they saw was that they were evenly matched. Who could accept this? Furthermore, the power of both sides had exceeded their imagination. No one could enter the battle zone to watch, or they would be smashed to pieces. How could Yi Qin be so powerful? Even the ninth origin was stunned. When he had fought Yi Qin before, he had not sensed that his power had reached this level. But now he was in a stalemate with the eighth origin, which made no sense at all. The other experts and warriors were even more shocked. They didn't care what was happening. Although they knew that Yi Qin was powerful, their cultivation base and comprehension abilities were not enough for them to realize just how powerful Yi Qin was. The exploding demon monarch's eyes were as wide as saucers. He was like a child who had just been struck by a thunderstorm. Only now did he realize that the difference between his strength and Yi Qin's was like heaven and earth. If the evil spirit army had not appeared, and Yi Qin had gotten serious, the exploding demon monarch would have died without a doubt. Too powerful. He's much stronger than father said. He could not help but cry out. The army of demon and martial arts behind him was terrified. They all believed that if Yi Qin wanted to, he could use this kind of attack to wipe out their entire army. In the center of the battlefield, the two forces were still clashing against each other. This was a fundamental battle, and neither side would dodge. In fact, they couldn't dodge at all because they were entangled in a battle of life and death. No one could approach, lest they suffer the brunt of the impact. BZZT, BZZT, BZZT. Boundless energy was being depleted. This sort of fundamental battle was extremely taxing on cultivators. The eighth origin unleashed even more power in an attempt to suppress Yi Qin, but he was overthinking things. The primordial demon ape unleashed its power, and the power of the ancient god space rushed to assist Yi Qin, preventing him from falling behind. Most mystic immortals and the eighth origin would be reduced to dust in the blink of an eye, but Yi Qin was not at a disadvantage. Both sides were unleashing unfathomable amounts of power, enough to destroy a planet from a low-level realm. Mutant power, chaos, obliteration. Boom, boom, boom. The eighth origin was furious. How could it stand up against the evil spirit army if it could not defeat this opponent? Its power had increased by dozens of times, and it wanted to crush the person in front of it. 9 bolts of thunder god, heavenly law judgment. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Suddenly, the dragon's subduing spear appeared behind the primordial demon ape. 9 bolts of thunder god Dharma idol. With the support of the Heavendao lightning, the eighth origin's excess power was instantly destroyed by the divine lightning judgment. The ninth origin trembled in fear. It was well aware of how powerful Yi Qin's attack was. It was a crushing suppression of laws. Chapter 2290. BZZT, BZZT, BZZT. Under the crushing pressure of the laws, the eighth source's chaos elemental obliteration had been completely suppressed. Yi Qin had paid the smallest price to suppress the eighth source's attack, which had a huge impact on both sides. The eighth source was starting to panic. It had expended a vast amount of energy in this attack, and yet it had been crushed by the laws. His confidence was beginning to waver. However, he knew that he couldn't show any weakness. Otherwise, the situation would only get worse. The devilish ape laughed coldly, mocking the eighth origin. Humph! What were you trying to hide before? Eighth origin. Bastard, you're overthinking things. Is that so? If that's the case, then why don't you come kill me, lofty eighth source? You're courting death. The eighth source was even more enraged by Yi Qin's provocation. When the other 3 sources saw this, they grew anxious. The situation was still changing. Most people would not be able to see it, and would think that the eighth origin was still boundlessly powerful. However, the super powerhouses like them could see that Yi Qin had taken the initiative. Let me add some fuel to the fire. What? Even as the eighth source was shocked, the dragon restraining spear on Yi Qin's back began to spin. It was none other than the heavenly Tao's 9 revolutions lightning. BZZT, BZZT, BZZT. The lightning transformed into a sharp blade that spun toward the eighth source. BZZT, BZZT, BZZT. As soon as they made contact, the glowing sphere began to transform. Unable to stop the 9 revolutions lightning, the 9 revolutions lightning passed through the glowing sphere toward the eighth source. That's impossible. The eighth source's eyes went wide as it looked at the 9 revolutions lightning, which was like a blade of judgment, ready to judge all of its sins. Even the eighth source, in its extreme nervousness, couldn't deal with such pressure and terror. The tables had turned. The crushing power of the 9 revolutions, lightning, had become the eighth source's worst nightmare. Don't give up, old eighth. The 7th source roared. The 6th source's eyes turned cold. He now understood what kind of person Yi Chen was. In the center of the battlefield, the 8th source grimaced in pain. BZZT, BZZT, BZZT. The godly 9 revolutions, lightning, continued to approach, and the powerful pressure caused the ground to crack. Everyone's eyes flickered, and they were unable to clearly see what was happening. Apart from Yi Chen, nobody expected such a situation to happen. 8th Origin, if this is how things end, then you've really disappointed me. Yi Chen had pursued martial arts all his life. What he needed today was an even stronger test to allow him to absorb the energy and divine abilities from the ancient god space. However, this was not enough, far from enough. This was the martial Tao path that the celestial Darch had designed for himself. Ridiculous. Suddenly, a cold smile appeared on the 8th Origin's face, and a series of dorsal fins sprouted out of its back. Kikik. His laughter became extremely terrifying. It became so terrifying that it could seep into one's heart. It was the first time Yi Chen had experienced something like this. Ha 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 ha, awesome. What? The 8th source had thought that it could intimidate Yi Chen, but what it saw was a very excited Yi Chen. Just who was this kid? Why was he so difficult to deal with and so unpredictable? Everyone was shocked. They could feel the terror coming from behind the 8th source. But not only was Yi Chen not intimidated, but even increased his fighting spirit. Such a contrast was unbearable for the crowd. This guy is a monster. How terrifying. He can still have such an expression under these circumstances. He's not human. Countless combatants fell to their knees, unable to believe what they were seeing. Their worldview had collapsed. Not only had they been intimidated by the 8th source, but they had also been intimidated by Yi Chen. Their minds began to split, and they could not resist. Yi Chen, there's no use getting excited. You're about to witness the true power of the source. The 8th source lived up to his reputation as a super powerhouse. He quickly calmed down from the impact of Yi Chen's unusual actions. He wanted to end this battle once and for all, to let everyone know that source rank combatants would never lose, especially the explosive demon monarch, who had the power to make him submit to the evil spirit. Roar, roar, roar. Meanwhile, on the side of the evil spirit army, countless warriors had already begun to roar and cheer, intimidating the world of magic and martial arts army. The legs of the world of magic and martial arts army turned to jelly. They finally realized that whether it was Yi Chen or the evil spirits, they could not afford to provoke them. This so-called achievement by the explosive demon lord was a joke. They shook their heads and sank into despair. On the battlefield, the 8th source's dorsal fin flickered with an evil light. Following that, waves of powerful energy gathered above it. The power of mutation, 1,000 kills. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. As the light gathered above the 8th source's dorsal fin, Yi Chen immediately realized that the energy gathering this time was more than 10 times stronger than the chaos obliteration. How troublesome! Yi Chen's eyes turned cold. The demon ape's hair stood on end as black and gold glaze covered its body. It had achieved primordial dark adamantine. Roar! With a roar of the demon ape, the dark adamantine appeared. Fury of the Adamantine. The primordial dark adamantine had been strengthened by the origin of darkness, suppressed by the majestic might of thousand kills, and combined with the Panga godhead it had evolved. Behind the dark adamantine, the projection of Pangu appeared. Ha ha ha! Eighth source, I really have to thank you. What do you mean? The eighth origin looked on in bewilderment and had no idea what was happening. However, he could sense that the primordial devil ape was undergoing a fundamental transformation, and that the god power behind Yi-Chin was even more terrifying. 3-star ancient god, 8 trigrams reversed. BZZT, BZZT, BZZT. The 8 gates disc reappeared above the primordial dark adamantine's head, releasing the image of the 8 trigrams. The light of the 8 trigrams shone onto the demon ape's body. Then the dark adamantine's entire body trembled, and an immense power formed an 8 trigrams wheel in front of it. BZZT, BZZT, BZZT. The wheel continued to spin, and all of the 1,000 kills that had struck the 8 trigrams wheel were reflected back at it. Huh. The 8th source was completely stupefied. What it was seeing was like a myth. No, the demon ape let out a terrified roar as the 1,000 kills failed to be reflected back. Instead, it struck the 8th source. Chapter 2291. Boom, boom, boom. The boundless power of 1,000 slayings slammed into the 8th origin, and the backlash wasn't just a simple return. Rather, it was an even more powerful response. Caught off guard, the 8th origin couldn't possibly defend against it. Its body exploded, its meridians redirected, and its muscles and bones shattered. Ah! The 8th origin was like a sieve as it was completely destroyed by Yi-Chin. Old 8th. The 7th origin stared in disbelief, as did the other Darksiders. The invincible 8th origin in their eyes had been defeated by their own divine abilities. What did this mean? BZZT. BZZT. The light of the 8 trigrams returned to Yi-Chen's ancient god body as he stood alone in the air, completely intimidating and dominating. What was happening right now was something that only a god could do. The Dark Spirit Army and the army of demon and martial arts all acknowledged allegiance. In front of a 3-star ancient god, they were as weak as ants. Their minds were completely subdued, and they knelt in worship. A 3-star ancient god is unparalleled in heaven and earth. All of the kneeling Darksiders chanted the same slogan as they kowtowed. The 7th origin was infuriated. Rise! He roared, sending shockwaves rippling out. Those who had been intimidated by the 3-star ancient god regained their senses, but their legs were still weak and they couldn't stand. Demonic tempest. The 7th origin unleashed a demonic tempest, cleansing the battlefield. All of the Darksiders returned to their original selves and stood up. However, the army of demon and martial arts remained kneeling on the ground, as the 7th origin had no intention of helping them. The exploding demon lord's heart trembled, and he unleashed his demonic energy in the hopes of helping them. However, he found that his demonic energy had little effect on Yi-Chen's demonic tempest and couldn't help his army break free. Yi-Chen! The 7th origin let out a heart-wrenching roar as it unleashed a demonic tempest toward Yi-Chen. What a childish ability. However, Yi-Chen didn't even bat an eye at the demonic tempest that could destroy a heavenly immortal. Thanks to the pressure of the 8th origin, and the fact that he was now a 3-star ancient god, he was as powerful as the sun at high noon. Following Yi-Chen's cold shout, the 3-star ancient god once again glowed, shattering the oncoming storm of evil energy. 8th origin, you've brought your own humiliation upon yourself. You'd better think things through carefully, recognize your own inadequacies, and get the hell out of the spirit world. Otherwise, I'll kill you all. With that, Yi-Chin turned around and left in a carefree manner. He did not care about the existence of the other 3 sources at all. The other 3 were very dissatisfied But what could they do? The seventh origin flew out to pick up the eighth origin. However, the eighth origin had been severely affected and was now completely crippled. Ugh! Uft! Fresh blood spurted out from his mouth. All the meridians in his body were severed, and the evil energy was flowing in reverse. What do we do now? The seventh origin looked at the sixth origin. The sixth origin said coldly, "Old Eighth has already lost his chance to recover. All we can do is make sure he doesn't suffer anymore." What do you mean? Very simple, end his life. The sixth origin reached out and tapped the eighth origin. Instantly, the evil power within the eighth origin was sucked out and then transferred to the seventh origin. The ninth origin didn't get any evil power at all, which made him very dissatisfied. However, the other three sources had a very close relationship, and as a member of the fourth origin, he was obviously not accepted by them. As the evil power was sucked out, the eighth origin's body slowly lost its ability to move, and then turned into a desiccated corpse. Bury him. With that, the sixth origin turned and left. The seventh origin howled as it left, carrying the eighth origin's corpse. At this point, the ninth origin and the exploding devil monarch were also present. Exploding devil monarch! The ninth origin roared the exploding devil monarch. "You've come to see the source after all." He was very displeased at being ignored and could only vent his anger on the exploding devil monarch. "Don't go too far, ninth origin. I might be working with you, but I don't belong to the evil spirit bloodline." "Oh, ha ha ha. You were so submissive to the other three sources before, and now you want to rebel against the source?" The ninth origin's heart was filled with coldness. How dare this person act so arrogantly in front of him? He was looking to die. Humph. The other three sources aren't here. So what do you think you're worth, ninth origin? I'm going to bring the Red Devil clan back. What can you do about it? What? The ninth origin was enraged and immediately attacked. Die! The exploding devil monarch didn't back down and responded with a powerful divine ability. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, the entire space was thrown into chaos and explosions rang out. The exploding devil monarch wasn't at a disadvantage against the ninth origin. It was obvious that the ninth origin was far stronger than the other three sources, which was one of the reasons why the exploding devil monarch dared to rebel against him. As soon as the battle began, the exploding devil monarch ordered the devil martial army to retreat. Rumble. The demonic warships began to turn back towards the devil martial realm. Of course, the ninth origin wouldn't let him do as he wished. Ha ha ha. You just submitted and now you're rebelling? What a vile character. I'll let you die here to atone for your crimes. Humph. The Red Devil clan would rather die in battle than submit. Now that the three sources weren't here, this was the exploding devil monarch's best chance. Roar, roar, roar. The Red Devil army roared as if they had seen hope. The demonic warships began to fly towards the Devil Martial Realm's space-time tunnel, hoping to return as soon as possible. All of you, return to the Devil Martial Realm. We'll stay behind to assist the exploding Devil Monarch. Understood. The top 10 experts stayed behind to attack the ninth origin, hoping to help the exploding Devil Monarch escape. Power of the origin. The ninth origin unleashed its power, which swept across the battlefield and intimidated all the experts present. However, this power wasn't on the same level as the mutated power of the eighth origin. Even the exploding Devil Monarch was able to put up some resistance, and with the help of the top 10 experts, the ninth origin would have a hard time gaining the upper hand. Ha ha ha! Die, ninth origin! The exploding Devil Monarch unleashed the combined power of the top 10 experts in an attempt to send the ninth origin flying. Power of the origin. Evil energy reaches the heavens. The ninth origin unleashed its ultimate evil power, which converged upon the exploding Devil Monarch and his forces. Not good. The top 10 experts knew that danger was right in front of them and immediately rushed in front of the exploding Devil Monarch. Exalted Devil Monarch, run. You. The exploding Devil Monarch was in great pain, but there was nothing he could do. He knew that the longer he stayed, the more trouble he would be in. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of explosions, 5 of the top 10 experts were blasted to smithereens by the evil power. Chapter 2292. The other 5 experts attacked at the same time, cutting off the 9th Origin's path and helping exploding demon Lord escape. However, it was at this moment that a beast-like roar could be heard as a powerful figure appeared. It was none other than the enraged 7th Origin. After burying the 8th Origin, he had been in a state of rage and had never imagined that the exploding Devil Monarch would try to escape with the Red Devil tribe. 7th Origin. The 9th Origin was about to fight the Red Devil tribe alone, but the 8th Origin didn't care. Screw off! With a roar, powerful evil energy swept out, and the 9th Origin was sent flying like a sandbag. There was no way he could block it. That was the difference in strength between them, and there was no way to make up for it. You. The 9th Origin wanted to fly into a rage, but the 7th Origin was still in a state of madness. If they fought him now, not only would they have no chance of winning, they might even lose their lives. That wasn't something the cunning 9th Origin would do. The 7th Origin attacked in a frenzy, and the 5 experts of the Red Devil tribe couldn't stop him. In the blink of an eye, they were all smashed to pieces. You. Exploding Demon Lord was furious. They were the few remaining experts of the Red Devil tribe, and yet they were still killed by the 7th Origin. Exploding mode. In his extreme rage, Exploding Demon Lord broke through his limits and entered preservation mode. In this mode, Exploding Demon Lord's power increased tenfold, and he entered a berserk, unrestrained state. His demonic energy was unparalleled. Ha ha ha, nice. The 7th Origin was even more excited when he sensed the powerful demonic energy coming from Exploding Demon Lord. If it were the previous Exploding Demon Lord, he wouldn't have been able to kill him easily. Now he had to fight a powerful opponent. This was the true nature of the 3 great origins. Origin mutation. A pair of bony wings sprouted from the 7th Origin's back, covering the sky and looking extremely terrifying. Die. Exploding Demon Lord still didn't know what fear was. In exploding mode, he could only fight to the death. Boom, boom, boom. The energy from both sides clashed continuously in the sky. Soon, the entire sky turned blood red. It was impossible to see what exactly was happening. However, the collision of the 2 shadows caused the earth and space to shatter. The feeling of the explosion of energy was still very clear. The 9th Origin frowned as he watched the battle unfold. He hadn't expected the Exploding Demon King to have such hidden power. If he had been fighting the Exploding Demon King just now, he didn't think he would have been able to win. Now was the time to hand over this hot potato to the 7th Origin, and then reap the spoils from the sidelines. No matter who won, it would be beneficial to him. Hee. Let this source see how far you can fight. The 9th Origin chuckled coldly. Right at this moment, the sky was suddenly filled with wind and clouds, and a majestic demonic shadow rushed out from within. The 9th Origin looked on coldly as the devilish spectre reached out with its claws to interrupt the battle between the 7th Origin and the exploding Devil Emperor. Upon closer inspection, this person was the Demon Martial World's Dark Demon Master, who had come to help under the Dark Emperor's orders. It's you. Sensing the presence of Demon Master Hui Xian, Exploding Demon King was actually very angry. He did not want to let this person see him in such a miserable state. The expedition this time was fruitless, and they had lost hundreds of thousands of red demon warriors. This was a huge blow to the world of demon and martial arts, and the appearance of Hui Xian was a heavy blow to Exploding Demon King. Ha ha ha! Explosive demon monarch, you're useless. The Dark Emperor's order allows you to return to the demon martial world immediately. Humph. Exploding Demon King resolutely exited explosive mode. After all, that mode consumed too much energy and could not be maintained forever. As he flew away, evil power surged behind him, and the world changed. Stop! The seventh Origin's majestic figure appeared, and at the same time it reached out with its claws and smashed Demon Master Hui Xian's claws. Oh, sensing the seventh Origin's power, Demon Master Hui Xian smiled coldly. You want to take him away before I, the source? Ha! How laughable! As the seventh Origin laughed maniacally, the entire space around it trembled. Waves of evil power surged out, and the demonic warships fell one after another, tearing countless red demon warriors to shreds. Bastard! Exploding Demon King was furious. He wanted to fight again, but Demon Master Hui Xian stopped him and ordered him to carry out the Dark Emperor's order. Are you really going to stop us? Demon Master Hui Xian asked. Ha ha ha, so what if I am? Then don't blame me for not giving you face. Demon Master Hui Xian's aura of misfortune spread out endlessly, instantly sealing off an area of 500 kilometers in front of him. Within that area, no evil power could invade. In fact, if it did, it would be devoured by the misfortune, leaving nothing behind. What? The seventh Origin hadn't expected this person to have such power, and the two sides went into a stalemate. In the meantime, Exploding Demon King led the remnants of the Red Demon tribe away. Leave your name. I am Demon Master Hui Xian. I await our next meeting. Seventh Origin. Die. The seventh Origin unleashed powerful palm strikes, but they were all blocked by the misfortune and couldn't advance any further. Seeing that the Red Demon experts had left, the ninth Origin sneered. Who would have thought that the invincible seventh Origin would end up like this without letting the source do anything? How laughable! How laughable! What did you say? The seventh Origin looked coldly at the ninth Origin. Ha! Don't you know what I'm talking about? The Red Demon tribe that submitted to you left just like that. Whose fault do you think it is? Humph. I'll apologize to the sixth Origin. What does that have to do with you? With that, the seventh Origin left. The ninth Origin had a sinister look on its face, and then went to a secret altar to start a new communication. After leaving the area controlled by the evil spirits, Yi Chun retreated to the underworld. Finally, the Pluto King of Hell found the powerhouses. Great Emperor! The powerhouses came out to greet Yi Chun, all of them looking excited. They knew that no matter what difficulties he encountered, Yi Chun would be able to escape safely. This was Mo Da's strength and luck. Everyone, you've worked hard. Yi Chun sat on the throne, and the scene from 100 years ago replayed. Back then, Yi Chun had become the Dark Lord, the Pluto, and the master of the underworld. It was a wonderful thing. He asked the crowd, have there been any strange movements in the underworld? The Netherworld Patriarch stepped forward and said, Great Emperor, after returning to the underworld, I sensed many strange movements in the depths of the underworld. It's very mysterious. Oh, hearing this, Yi Chun's brows furrowed, and he immediately thought of someone, the person who had promised to help him, but had disappeared for a long time. Where? Here. The Netherworld Patriarch pointed with a finger. Instantly, a map of the underworld appeared, and the strange movements were marked out. Yi Chun glanced at it and nodded slightly. I'll still set up a barrier formation between the underworld and the battle house. Send someone to guard the Netherworld Patriarch. Yes. The Netherworld Patriarch accepted the imperial order and left. Meanwhile, Yi Chun began to think about the strange movements. Chapter 2293. In the endless void above the underworld, Yi Chun stood on a golden lotus and looked at the most empty spot. the abyss of nothingness. After entering the underworld, Yi Chen had obtained information about the underworld's history and investigated the various locations of the underworld. Finally, he found this place, the Void Spring, where the unusual activity was the most intense. Is this your true goal, God of the underworld? The god of the underworld had completely disappeared after arriving in the spirit realm. This was very unusual, and Yi Chen had long suspected that he had other plans. There were many mysteries in the underworld, and the abyss of nothingness was even more so. What secrets were hidden here? Here, Yi Chen sensed a powerful spatial energy, which meant that there might be another world in this place. Space-time fury. Yi Chen unleashed the power of wrath. In an instant, waves of spatial energy poured into the abyss of nothingness. Instantly, the abyss of nothingness turned upside down. Countless spaces trembled. Hidden within these tremors were abnormal energy fluctuations. All of these indicated that this place was not as simple as it seemed. Sitting cross-legged in the void, Yi Chen felt like he had entered another space. Outside the underworld, the evil spirits were wreaking havoc. With the three sources watching over them, the evil spirits rapidly developed and soon spread throughout the spirit realm. The local forces were massacred. Those who complied became slaves, and those who disobeyed were completely destroyed. In the main hall of the abyss of nothingness, the sixth origin sat on the throne, and below him were the seventh and ninth origin. Seventh origin, are there any forces in the spirit realm that are dissatisfied? The sixth origin asked. Ha 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 ha, those useless things. Whoever dares to disobey, destroy them all. Very well. Cut off the support of other places in the spirit realm, and the underworld will become a lone city. Immediately carry out the evil spirit's plan to destroy the world and open the ultimate passage to the abyss of nothingness. I've been doing it for a long time. The ninth origin replied. During this time, it had repaired and expanded the altar in the abyss of nothingness. It was now much larger than before, so it had a foundation to open the ultimate passage to the evil spirits. The sixth origin nodded slightly, and then his eyes shone with desire. As the vanguard of this trip to the spirit realm, they had lost an important figure like the eighth origin. In truth, it was a huge failure. Therefore, he had to make some achievements, and let the big shots of the evil spirit realm see his efforts. At the same time, in the demon god temple of the world of magic and martial, the failure of the explosive demon monarch had greatly displeased the Emperor of Darkness. Demon Lord Darkness, explosive demon monarch, failed to invade the spiritual realm. Now that the battle of the six realms is at a disadvantage, what should we do? Emperor Darkness asked the demon lord. Demon Master Hui Xian pondered for a while and said, "The evil spirits have dominated the world, and it is clear that it is not suitable to cooperate. Now, we can only cooperate with the primordial immortal empire. After all, the primordial immortal empire's situation is similar to ours, or even worse." I think so too. I have some ties with Ling Huang. This time I will personally go to the primordial immortal empire. Congratulations to the emperor for a smooth journey. How could it be wrong for this emperor to take action? The dark emperor's figure instantly disappeared, and in the blink of an eye he was already in the void. Then a grand teleportation array automatically activated, and the sovereign emperor entered it. Primordial Immortal Empire, Glorious Spirit Palace. Lord Ling Huang, the battle of the six realms is in dire straits now. Our primordial immortal empire cannot sit back and do nothing, an expert said. Do you think I don't know? Now that the deeper powers have not come out, relying on these powers that have returned from the outside world, there is no way we can compete with the evil spirits. The loss of the spiritual realm is also just a fantasy. Damn it. Ling Huang was anxious. As the temporary ruler of the primordial immortal empire, his performance was very low and even regressed. This was very disadvantageous to him. Once the deeper powers of the spiritual realm returned, he would be held accountable. Rumble! Suddenly, a pillar of black light appeared, and a huge demonic shadow appeared in the sky. Ling Huang lifted his head slightly, looked at where the light was, and immediately felt a familiar aura. He smiled slightly in his heart. This might be a chance for the primordial immortal empire. He flew out, straight into the sky. Above the shining spirit hall, the experts were puzzled and followed. Sensing the majestic devil energy, the experts recognized that it was the aura of the demon martial empire. But why did it appear outside the shining spirit hall? This person must be a super expert. Otherwise, he could not have broken through the defense design of the primordial immortal empire and directly come to the shining spirit hall. Ling Huang came to the sky, released his dharma, and the huge immortal shadow confronted the demonic shadow. Ling Huang, how have you been? A low and powerful demonic voice filled the air, causing the experts from the primordial immortal empire to tremble. They knew that the person before them was the expert from the demon martial empire who could rival Ling Huang, and they naturally thought of the Darkness Emperor. Darkness Emperor, you have personally intruded into the primordial immortal empire. You share our confidence. This is nothing out of the ordinary. What's so difficult about it? I'm sure you know my purpose for coming here. Ha ha ha, I'm not sure. Ling Huang laughed a few times, struck out a palm, and attacked the pillar of light. Rumble! The huge palm print caused heaven and earth to tremble, and the sun and moon to lose their light. Then, within the pillar of light, a palm shot out at the same time. The devil energy raged, shooting straight into the sky. Such power was not inferior to Ling Huang's. One should know that this was where the shining spirit hall was, and how many spirit designs protected it. To be able to match Ling Huang's palm here, one could see the depth of their foundation. Rumble! Then 2 peaks rose from the ground, towering in the sky. Ha ha ha! Along with the sound of wild laughter, Ling Huang and the Darkness Emperor appeared. Seeing this, the experts below moved, ready to deal with the Darkness Emperor at any time. But they were all stopped by Ling Huang and did not move. On the peak, Ling Huang faced the Darkness Emperor. Darkness Emperor, state your purpose for coming. Simple, cooperate. Cooperate? Do you really think that I can only cooperate with the demon race? Ling Huang revealed a dignified expression, as if very disdainful of the Darkness Emperor's suggestion. This was the posture of a negotiation. He hoped to intimidate his opponent with his aura and gain a better bargaining chip. But the Darkness Emperor was not someone who could be intimidated easily. The primordial immortal empire targeted Yi Qin and lost 3 perfected masters. Now that the situation is so dangerous, you sent perfected Master Chong Su to contact the demon martial empire. Wasn't it for cooperation? I heard that the primordial immortal empire's hidden forces are not coming out. Are you dissatisfied with your control? You. Ling Huang was enraged, punching out. Instantly, Qilin appeared, and lightning struck the Darkness Emperor. Roar! The force of the lightning was unpredictable. The Darkness Emperor did not dare to be careless, and responded forcefully. Ha ha ha! 10,000 demon flames. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the demonic flames shot into the sky, covering the entire shining spirit hall. Such power shocked the experts. Chapter 2294. 10,000 demon flames, heaven and earth destruction. As the world shook, 10,000 demons came to pay their respects, unifying the 6 realms for thousands of years. The powerful demonic flames carried countless demonic shadows as they charged toward Ling Huang, not giving him any face at all. This was the Spirit Brilliance Palace, the place with the most defensive formations in the primordial immortal empire. The Dark Emperor was very confident in himself to dare to act out here. How dare you! As the master of the primordial immortal empire, how could Ling Huang be willing to let go? 9 Heavens Brilliance technique. Ling Huang raised his palms to the sky, summoning the 9 luminaries. The 7 stars were indestructible, and endless immortal energy poured into his body. Rumble! The huge palm print drew out a supreme suction force. The endless demonic flames could not escape and were all absorbed. Then the palm print closed, and the demonic flames disappeared. This mystique shook the world, and the primordial immortal empire's experts cheered. Great! Ling Huang is invincible! All hail Ling Huang! The primordial immortal empire's experts had been shocked by the Dark Emperor's power, and now they recovered. On the peak, the Darkness Emperor smiled and said, "Ha ha ha! The might of the Ling Huang sect truly lives up to its name. I'm naturally full of sincerity. You and I are well aware of our respective strengths. Only by working together will we have a chance to fight against the evil spirits and Yi Chen. The evil spirits have wreaked havoc, and the spirit realm has been lost. How do you want to work together? Let's put aside our ancient feud and conquer the spirit realm together to fight against the evil spirits." Ling Huang thought for a moment. The spirit realm had completely fallen. If they could rely on the demon race to re-establish a stronghold, it would be beneficial to the primordial immortal empire. After all, it would greatly delay the evil spirit's advance. Dark Emperor, why don't we each send 100,000 troops to test it out and see the results? Ha ha ha, that's exactly what I was thinking. We have a tacit understanding. Ha! I still remember our agreement of 1,000 years. Very well. We'll meet in the spirit realm in 3 days. Please. Ling Huang put away the huge palm print, and the Dark Emperor flew up along the pillar of darkness. On the evil spirit altar, the 9th Origin chanted a secret spell. Instantly, evil energy shot up into the sky. Countless evil lights flickered in the sky, causing the space to tremble as a heavenly gate appeared. ZZZ! An evil seal appeared above the gate of heaven. Blood, sacrifice, evil energy for all eternity. The 9th Origin released some of its own blood, which poured into the wretched seal, causing it to shine with dazzling light. Then, the heavenly gate began to tremble, and countless magical symbols began to float out. Ha ha ha! He laughed like a madman as he looked into the gate of heaven. ZZZ! All of a sudden, a figure appeared above the heavenly gate, an enormous figure that looked like a giant of heaven and earth. When the 9th Origin saw it, it immediately bowed respectfully, not daring to be negligent. The 9th Essence. The deep voice was filled with indescribable majesty that caused the 9th Origin to tremble. Then it rose to its feet and looked up at the enormous figure. Exalted 4th Origin. This person was the direct leader of the 9th Origin, the 4th Origin. Within the evil spirit world, the 4 great river source powers were the true rulers of the evil spirit world. They were far more powerful than the other river source powers, and their cultivation bases were so high that no one knew exactly how strong they were. The 9th river source was the vanguard that the 4th river source had sent to the spirit world. Your mission is not progressing smoothly. That was your subordinate's mistake. However, the 3 great river source powers have descended to the lower worlds, and the 8th Origin is gone. That's a good thing for us. The 8th Origin was a great general of the 3rd Origin. Well done. Laughter echoed out. Who would have thought that the 4th Origin would actually be happy about the 8th Origin's death? Undercurrents were surging within the evil spirit world, and no one knew exactly what was going on. We can't be disorderly before the evil spirit world's grand plan to unify the 6 realms. Right now, you need to cooperate with the 6th Origin and wait for my orders. Your subordinate is well aware of that. I will obey the 4th Origin's orders. Very good. Just wait. It won't be long before the evil spirit world's army enters the world. At that time, no power will be a match for us. Yes, sir. The 9th Origin bowed again, sending the 4th Origin off. After returning to the evil spirit temple, The ninth origin passed on the fourth origin's orders to the sixth and seventh origin. Very good. Before the evil spirit world's grand plan is carried out, ninth origin, please don't be selfish. This is the bottom line of the evil spirits. Sixth origin, there's no need to doubt my loyalty. Ha ha ha. The sixth origin laughed heartily at the ninth origin, a profound look in their eyes. Ruumble, all of a sudden, the ground trembled, and a powerful energy erupted from deep within the earth. It was as if heaven and earth were trembling. The three great origins were completely shaken, and immediately rushed out of the evil spirit temple to sense what was happening in the depths of the evil spirit abyss. Something's not right. The sixth origin's palm slammed into the ground, and instantly, evil power surged out from the veins of the earth. However, that power quickly vanished without a trace. The three great origins were once again shaken. The palm they had just unleashed could have killed a celestial immortal, but it had been completely useless against this strange phenomenon. What did that mean? The three great origins could sense that the source of the strange phenomenon was somewhere in the spirit world. However, if they tried to sense the exact location, they would be interrupted and unable to focus. What's going on? The ninth origin asked. This seems to be a natural phenomenon of the spirit world, not some force. The sixth origin frowned, as if it was taking this phenomenon very seriously. The seventh origin leaned over the ground, using his superior hearing to try to pinpoint the exact location of the strange phenomenon. However, all he heard was a stampede of 10,000 horses and a chaotic flow of energy. What's going on, old seventh? The sixth origin asked. It's hard to tell, the seventh origin said with a frown. This phenomenon is too strange. It's definitely not an ordinary phenomenon. We can't let it affect the final descent of the evil spirits. The ninth origin, immediately send a large army to investigate. Yes, sir. The ninth origin nodded, then quickly left. At the same time, Yi Chen sensed a powerful tremor in the void abyss of the underworld, which was even more intense than the tremor in the spirit world. Yi Chen's field of vision covered a vast area of the underworld. Countless streams of underworld energy were spreading out, and the strange phenomenon was stirring. Wind and clouds swept about, as if the entire world was shaking. This was the first time Yi Chen had ever seen a phenomenon like this. What's going on? Yi Chen looked at the void abyss up ahead. Although he couldn't be sure, his powerful sixth sense told him that the source of the strange phenomenon was in the void abyss. In the void origin, the lord of the underworld flew in pursuit of the solitary sword spirit. The sword spirit sped along, circling above a spirit land. The lord of the underworld stopped, its entire body emitting a piercing cold energy.